We'd like to welcome you here today to our first session of the Healing Conversations event. It's the J. Bonner Ritchie Peace Conference. My name's Lynn England. I direct Peace and Justice Studies, and we're doing this as the main sponsor in collaboration with the university, Our Better Selves initiative, and with the Ethics Center here at UVU and the Center for Constitutional Studies. And do want to welcome you here. We have a whole series of presentations today that I think you'll find very enlightening, and I hope some of you will be able to stay for many of the events. This is the 5th year that we've done this. 5 years ago, we became very concerned here with the polarization and the way in which the polarization was becoming more and more vitriolic and divisive and aggressive. And so we thought that we would make an effort to bring some people in and in one day have a general conference, and then on the second day do workshops, and so with some in-depth skill work. And so that has been our plan. Unfortunately, over the 5 years, the polarization and the depth of the divisions have only increased, and the urgency of what we're trying to do has increased with it. Our initial idea in calling it Healing Conversations was that we are really in a predicament where there are two kinds of healing that need to take place. One of them is individual, and here at UVU, with the shooting that occurred in October, we became very much aware of what is happening around the world, and it brought it home here. And part of the reaction to that is a very personal impact on many of us. Sometimes we respond to the event by denial, but it lurks inside of us. Sometimes we respond with depression. Sometimes it's traumatic for us. There are many individual responses, but there's the very important need of dealing with the personal challenges. And a part of what we'll do today and with the workshops is dealing with that personal experience. The other dimension of this, though, is that what we're experiencing individually is a symptom of something that is a much larger society-wide and global problem. And that is that these very things that are affecting us personally are symptoms of deep-seated societal difficulties. And as I was talking with one of our presenters last night, he mentioned to me a conversation with one of his friends in Gaza, and he suggested that what his friend said to him is that he is trying to maintain hope, but it is a very, very difficult thing to even be hopeful. And part of what we hope here is that we will be able to convey some ideas. There have been a lot of analyses of the kind of societal situation that we encounter now. We have people who have referred to it as collective trauma, where it is more than one of us, it is all of us who are being traumatized in one form or another. One of the great writers of the last century was a man named Erich Fromm, and he dealt with the idea that we were living in insane societies, and raises the question, how do we become a sane society? How do we get away from the hatred and the vitriol that we're experiencing, and what are the possibilities for not just my individual healing, but also for our collective healing? And there are many important figures who have analyzed this. George Lukács, a Hungarian philosopher, spoke of the danger of our hurtling blindly towards the deep abyss. and that if we don't do something, that is where things will end up. Jürgen Habermas talks about a legitimation crisis. The question is, we are in that kind of condition. We've reached the point where collateral damage is perfectly acceptable, even if it is little children sitting in a classroom, and their dying is acceptable as part of what we feel that we should be doing. And just for me personally, I have the feeling that when Charlie Kirk died and when these children died, that the God of the Old and New Testament cried. That is one of those times when he weeps. And when we have the massive killings that we have and the anger, I have the sense that Jesus Christ is angered at us, that we would do those kinds of things to each other, given what he tried to teach. And you can expand it to the Tao, and you can expand it to Buddhism, you can expand it to humanism, and all of those approaches suggest that we need to do better and that we can do better. And our hope here is that we can contribute to that today. Now, we're honored, first of all, to have with us Sara Cook. Sara has lived for the last several years of her life in Northern Ireland. She has worked in Northern Ireland with the deep divisions that are present there, the hostility, the violence that was experienced, and the problem of healing from that situation in Northern Ireland. She has since expanded her vista, and she is someone who both knows the ways in which we can do things, and she applies it. And one of the things that we've tried to do with each of our presenters today is they are experts in terms of the knowledge that they possess about how to do things to bring a greater kind of reconciliation to us. And they also practice it and live it both in their professional lives and in their personal lives. And Sara is a great example of that, and we are really honored to have her here with us and to learn from her and her experience and wisdom. And so I'll turn the time over to Sara, and we are deeply appreciative. Sara has been with us each of the 5 years we've done this, and she's amazing.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be with you today. I was doing the math while Lynn was talking, and I've lived in Northern Ireland for 24 years, and I think I started working with UVU in various capacities about 17 years ago, which is so hard to believe. I still feel like I'm your age. I still feel like I'm in my 20s. Clearly not. But I've been journeying alongside of UVU now for a number of years, and it's always a pleasure to be supportive of your university community. It's always wonderful to be here in person. Always feels a little bit like a homecoming. And I've been thinking of you all so much since the very difficult events of this autumn, knowing that the university community has been affected, that this is something that you're carrying with you. And so I was really thinking about that when I was shaping my comments for today, wanting to kind of bring you some hopeful stories of change, some insights from Northern Ireland that might be helpful to you all as a university community. You continue to kind of, I suppose, carry with you and process the events of this autumn. So today what we're going to be talking about is collective healing after conflict, or we could even say collective healing during civil conflict. Or civic conflict. Northern Ireland was in active conflict for 30 years, and we've now been in the kind of post-conflict peace process for about 30 years. And I would say there's been healing that's been required all the way through that. So we're going to look at stories and lessons from Northern Ireland, and I'm literally going to tell you stories. So I'm going to share some insights at the beginning and end, but really I'm going to be talking you through the personal lived experiences of some people who were wonderful kind of healers in our society who took risks for peace building Peacebuilding and illustrate some of what I think are key factors for collective healing through their very profound experiences and stories. I will say, as we start to think about this, that when we think about collective healing, some of that is what Lynn was talking about, that kind of notion of the impact of trauma, or even if you don't like the word trauma, the impact we all experience when we're faced with societal disruption, societal violence. So some of what we need to do is that kind of interpersonal collective healing. Some of what we need to heal as societies when there are these deep divisions and these very difficult circumstances is actually more practical. It's actually kind of political and civic in nature. So how do we look after our spirits, ourselves, when we're living in societies where there is disruption? But how do we also look after kind of some of the practical elements of who we are together and how we can do that differently? So we're going to talk a little bit about that today. So in terms of the conflict in Northern Ireland, I could spend the next 50 minutes only talking about that. I'm just going to give a little light touch to that for those of you who aren't as familiar. So the conflict in Northern Ireland was, depending on who you're asking, anywhere between 100 and 600 years in the making by the time the violence started. But people by and large agree that the start date of the conflict in Northern Ireland was 1968. And then we signed the Good Friday Agreement, our peace treaty in Northern Ireland in 1998, so approximately a 30-year active conflict. And during that time, over 3,600 people died. Now, many people think that number is much greater because many people died subsequently of their wounds or of kind of the woundedness of losing people that they loved. But we roughly will agree that it's about that number, with around 50,000 people injured. Now, those numbers seem really small, particularly the likes of a nation the size of the United States. Those numbers are teeny tiny, but actually the population of Northern Ireland is 1.5 million people. So my parents live in Indianapolis, and the greater Indianapolis area is a much larger population than that of Northern Ireland, which means that for everybody it was very personal. Everybody knew someone who was impacted, someone that was very close to them who had been affected by what we call the Troubles or the conflict in Northern Ireland. So it was a conflict that was very personal. It was neighbor against neighbor, sometimes family member against family member. So when people were injured or bereaved, it was a deeply, deeply personal experience for people. And that's where I think we have, some really meaningful lessons from people who really took major steps to try to create healing in this very difficult, very hurtful dynamic. So lessons from Northern Ireland's conflict that I think are applicable to many situations around the world, not least what we face in the United States and in terms of some of the deep division that's very present in our nation. You might hear me say "our" in response to Northern Ireland and in response to the United States. I've lived 24 years in Northern Ireland now, 24 years in the United States. So this is my tipping point year. So my language will reflect that. If you get confused about where I belong, it's kind of a foot in both places. You'll have to forgive me for that. So lessons from Northern Ireland's conflict: exceptionalism is the rule. Okay, no one ever thinks that they're going to experience civic conflict in their own nation. In Northern Ireland, people describe it as being caught up in conflict. It just sort of arrives and it kind of trips you up. I think it's fair to say, if you had asked people in Northern Ireland in 1968 or 1967, do you think there'll be civic conflict? Do you think this will turn into violence? People would say, oh no, it's not great. None of us are really happy with this situation, but I'm sure it'll be fine, okay? And as Lynn mentioned, my roots are working in peacebuilding in Northern Ireland, but I've worked with people from over 50 countries around the world. I just got back from work in Myanmar and Thailand on Thursday, which is why I'm still quite sleepy. You'll have to forgive me, a little jet lagged. But I've been working in the last couple of years in Ukraine, in Myanmar, in Syria and Afghanistan. And in every one of these conflicts, no one ever thinks it's going to be their nation that's affected. So it's really important for us to be preventative in nature. When we look at societal disruption, when we look at societal division, to kind of go, that could be us. How can we start to begin this process of healing and maybe transforming this conflict before it becomes bigger than it already is? And once the momentum for conflict is built, it is difficult to counteract, Okay, so in Northern Ireland, about 20 years before the signing of the Good Friday Agreement, they had an agreement on the table that looked almost exactly like the peace treaty that people signed in 1998. It was called the Sunningdale Agreement. However, nobody wanted it because the momentum for conflict had already been built, okay? Each side of the conflict went, well, we've got a pretty strong position. We're going to keep pushing because we think if we push a little longer, we're going to get what we want. Okay, I work with a lot of former British soldiers who served on the ground in Northern Ireland, and one of them said to me, and when we were engaging in this dialogue and storytelling process after the Good Friday Agreement, he said, I could tell that the Sunningdale Agreement wasn't going to work because people still had that hunger for getting their way, still had that hunger for pushing their position, for continuing the conflict. So once that momentum's built, it's very difficult to pull back from that. So my advice to countries around the world, not least the US, where we recognize their societal division, is to say, okay, let's not let that momentum get to the point where things become actively violent. Let's work to change that dynamic, to lessen the heat, while we still are in the position to do that. Intensifying loss creates justification for continuation, okay? So as one side loses something, the other side, they dig their position and their heels in and go, well, we can't stop now because we've just had this tremendous loss. And often it becomes very retribution-oriented where, one side goes until the other side is hurting the way we're hurting now, we're not going to stop. Okay, and when you look at the kind of loss that both sides in the conflict in Northern Ireland experienced, you go, well, you can see why that would be the case. You can absolutely see why people would want to push on. But that, of course, creates a zero-sum game that's very difficult for everyone and results in continued loss. And so, again, an argument to stop conflict before it gets too big. Political will must be present on all sides for conflict to be addressed, okay? So we saw at different times in Northern Ireland, one side would be like, okay, I think we're ready, but the other side wouldn't be, and vice versa. And it took all parties or all sides of the conflict in Northern Ireland to kind of feel, okay, we're all hurting enough that we now need to come to the negotiation table to see what we can do to change this dynamic. So you really need to see that political will is there. And I say political will at the political level, of course, when we think about politicians and decision makers, but also that political will within grassroots communities, okay? Because without people within communities all over Northern Ireland saying, actually, we think this conflict should keep going, the paramilitaries, the government wouldn't have had the authority to keep it going. Okay, so we want to think about this in societies that aren't yet at this point of extreme civic violence, to think, okay, how do we build that political will before it gets to that difficult point, to come to the table to do what we can to lessen some of the difficulties. And then collective impact requires collective healing. Okay, when we go through periods of societal division, it hurts our spirits. We know how it feels to not do well by each other, to be connected, to be working for the collective good. And that's not good for us as humans, to be in that place where we're actively working against each other or experiencing division. So we are impacted by that. You might call that trauma, you might call that something different, but there is that collective impact when societies aren't functioning the way they should and honoring every member of society. And so that requires collective healing. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit now about what that looks like. So, lessons from the peace process in Northern Ireland. What did we learn? What do people from Northern Ireland share with others around the world? And I have to say, there are a few of us in this room, being a child of the 90s was fantastic. Like being in high school and university, all the other 90s people are like, yes, was amazing because the pendulum of history was swinging in a great direction. I mean, the music was good, the culture was good. You could travel all over the world without waiting in queues and you'd be the only person there. But also, there was this sense of the situation in Israel and Palestine, the situation in Northern Ireland, other peace processes around the world were actually moving in really hopeful directions, okay? So we had that collective sense of healing is possible, transformation is possible, we just need to put the time in, okay? It's a very different dynamic now around the world. People are going, where do we even start? Okay, and so it's important, I think, when we think about Northern Ireland as a successful peace process, to maintain this kind of notion of radical hope, okay, or this notion of kind of holding hope. I think one of the best ways to describe peace processes is that they always seem miraculous, okay? No one ever thinks they're going to work until they work. And that was certainly the case in Northern Ireland. These politicians stayed up all night. The reason it's called the Good Friday Agreement is the agreement was signed right before Easter, but people had pulled 2 all-nighters before that, negotiating, and so many of the politicians and negotiators would say to you now, I didn't think it was going to happen until it did. And then suddenly something shifted, and all this work of 3 years of negotiations suddenly bore fruit. Okay, so it's really helpful for us when we think about situations of conflict around the world, not least in the United States, to think it is always going to be possible for change to take place. And we have to hold that hope for ourselves. We have to hold that hope for each other. We have to push our politicians to say we can do this better. We believe that this can be done differently. So really important for us to kind of embody that. And I hope that all the stories that we talk about in the next few minutes will really help you kind of get that sense of how people sort of embodied this sort of radical hope, which seemed completely unrealistic at the time, but really created building blocks for people to continue to work on this peace process. It's also important to amplify civic voices, okay? Because a lot of times in our own experiences of division in our societies or active conflict, we kind of go, well, what can I do? Do you know, as a citizen, my voice is really small. But as silly as that sounds, when you really get that collective voice going from people in the grassroots, where you have all these voices being heard, that creates momentum for the whole society. That puts pressure on politicians, that puts pressure on decision makers, and you start to see shifts, okay? We see that even in the United States in the last little while. When people raise their voices together, they're heard, okay? So we're gonna talk about some examples of that. Radical forgiveness. Forgiveness is a tricky one. I'll talk about this in a moment. You know, I don't know that I think we can ask that of anybody else. I think that's a big ask. But I think when people voluntarily choose to forgive, particularly when they've lost someone they love, it can really transform a situation. So we'll talk about that. Rehumanization of the other is huge within peace-building processes in Northern Ireland, but of course all around the world. We can't do the things we do to each other without dehumanizing and demonizing and categorizing each other into camps. And so peace processes absolutely need lots of voices that are willing to kind of, and lots of people willing to rehumanize the other. And we'll talk about what that looks like. We also have to engage in difficult dialogue. So Ray is going to be talking to us later today about, how do we do dialogue, especially when we don't want to do it, especially when it is really difficult. How do we engage in those spaces? How do we create safe spaces? And that is really important, because if we don't talk to the other, then we get absolutely nowhere when it comes to conflict transformation. So we're going to talk about examples of what that can look like. Political sacrifice for public good. We do not see a lot of that anymore. Anywhere in the world. Certainly we don't see that at the moment in Northern Ireland. We're not seeing a lot of that in the United States. We're not seeing a lot of that in other nations around the world. People are really kind of using politics to reinforce their own good and not the collective good. So what does it look like when politicians, when decision makers actually sacrifice themselves, their career, for something that will be better for their society? And so we'll talk about some beautiful examples of that. Reaching across the political divide, it sounds trite, but the bigger the divides get, the more impactful it is when people reach across them in meaningful ways. So we'll look at some examples of that. And then finally, risk-taking is a fundamental peace-building practice. Okay, I would argue that none of the peace-building work in Northern Ireland that leads to where we are today, a wonderfully safe and integrated society, still with some problems, but a wonderful place to live and to work and to raise families, none of that would have been possible without people taking risks that were huge risks for them personally, for their families, for their careers, for their social standing. And so it's really important for us to think about that. No matter what career you're going into after you leave UVU, you'll have opportunities to make change, but most of the time that won't happen without some personal risk. So what does that look like? What does the moral imagination look like that allows us to take those types of risks for the greater good? So we'll talk a little bit about that too. So I want to start with this, with a story around amplifying civic voices and the importance of this. So some of you may have heard of the Peace People. It sounds like such a lovely, quaint name now, but the Peace People were a gathering of just local citizens in Northern Ireland that felt like they had had enough. Okay, the conflict had been raging for many years at that point, 1976, so coming up on the 10-year anniversary of the start of the Troubles, and there was huge loss of life at that period. And in fact, these wonderful women that started it, Mairead Corrigan Maguire and Betty Williams, had just had a pretty tremendous loss. So Mairead lost her nieces and nephews, 3 of them from one family, in a really difficult situation where there was a shootout between the British Army and the IRA, the Irish Republican Army, which is the Catholic paramilitary organization that many of you have probably heard about. You've probably seen some movies with the IRA in it. But there had been a shootout. The person driving the car was incapacitated, and the car hit the kids, okay? So a very, very, very deep loss for Mairead and their family. But Betty was one of the neighbors, and she was witnessing this, okay? And the 2 women went, this has to stop, okay? One Catholic, one Protestant, representing these 2 major factions in Northern Irish society, and they said, we have to be able to do something about this. So they reached out to people and said, we need to come together, and people did. It was tremendous. So they had all of these kind of peace marches throughout Northern Ireland, in the Republic of Ireland. Some of you know there's a border across the island of Ireland. So in both parts of the island, they were having these massive marches, sometimes with 100,000 people. And this came out of nowhere. You know, people went from being pretty paralyzed by the conflict to really raising this collective voice in very peaceful ways, which was really quite powerful to see at the time. So the women went on to win the Nobel Peace Prize that year, and it really created a shift in the dynamics of the conflict, where for the first time, local people felt like they could stand up and say, actually, this is not being done in our name. We don't like this, and it needs to stop. So they created that kind of sense of moral courage that I think other people built on later, which is why I wanted to share their story first. We also have a wonderful story, a very powerful story of radical forgiveness. So what does this look like when people forgive against all the odds? So the man you see here is Gordon Wilson. So he and his daughter Marie were at a commemorative event that's really important to Protestants in a town called Enniskillen, and the IRA, again, the Catholic paramilitary organization, bombed this gathering. Okay, so a very symbolic kind of attack. And Gordon was injured, but his daughter was killed, very sadly. And Gordon right away, and this would be driven by his Christian faith, Gordon right away came out and said, I don't want retaliation. I do not want I don't want Protestant paramilitary organizations to attack based on this. I offer my unconditional forgiveness. And he said, I bear no ill will. I bear no grudge against the people who killed my daughter. And he even said, dirty words won't bring her back. And that to me is really powerful. Like when we look at situations of conflict all over the world right now, I think dirty words really applies to the way people are talking to each other and about each other. And he just had this real wisdom and moral authority in saying, that's not going to bring her back, and I'm not going to go there. What's really interesting about his story is his wife didn't feel that way. Okay, so his wife came from an equally Christian background. Her faith was equally important to her. And she was like, no, I can't forgive the people who killed my daughter. Okay, so forgiveness is kind of a profound gift. But I feel like, again, this is my own personal reflection on it, but it's a very hard thing to ask of someone else. Until we're in their shoes and experiencing that level of loss, I feel like that's not something we can ask of others. And so for Gordon to offer that so freely was really very powerful. And what was really interesting as well is it created this groundswell. People called it the Enniskillen spirit. Created this groundswell in Northern Ireland where people thought, maybe for the first time publicly, should we be thinking about forgiveness? What does this look like to forgive our enemies, to draw a line under loss like this, and to be able to move forward collectively? So not only in Northern Ireland, but really across the world, people looked at Gordon and his story. And again, just like the Peace People, it changed something in that dialogue. It was another building block towards peace. So rehumanization of the other, again, I could talk for 50 minutes only on rehumanization in Northern Ireland. We saw this in so many situations of peace building over the years, the importance of this, that you can't really take the life of someone else, of another human being, unless you've dehumanized them. Okay, we know this to be true. Anytime we have systems that are set up around taking people's life or combat, we have structures that allow us to do that, to figure that out morally. And so when we look at large-scale societal division, or when we look at civic conflict that's turned violent, we have to think about, okay, if we don't want to do this anymore, if we don't want to be this way to each other, how do we rehumanize? How do we begin to change that dynamic? And we saw that in so many ways in Northern Ireland, but Father Alec Reid is a real shining example, I suppose, of this through his story. So Father Alec was a priest from Clonard Monastery, and if any of you are going on the UVU trip to Northern Ireland this summer, you will probably get to visit Clonard Monastery. It's very beautiful, but it's right in the heart of West Belfast. It's right in the heart of the Catholic community, of IRA territory, and the priests there had this really interesting relationship, I think, with the local community, because they were supporting people who were killed by violence in the conflict. It was a disproportionately affected community or neighborhood, but they were also taking confessions of IRA members, okay? So they were in this really interesting kind of liminal space around the conflict. And what had happened, Father Alec went on to do lots of peace-building work, which I'm going to share about in a moment, but he was involved in a really critical incident. And what had happened is that things were building and building. So certain points in the conflict, things got really retributional in nature, things really built to a head, and this was one of those times. So there were some members of the IRA who were in Gibraltar, which is a British territory in Spain, and they were killed by British soldiers, kind of in an extrajudiciary way, which happened all the time in Northern Ireland. So they were basically shot on the street. And during one of their funerals, some loyalist paramilitaries, some Protestant paramilitaries came to attack the funeral cortege, okay, and all the mourners. People lost their lives during that attack, and then during the funeral of some of those people that lost their lives at the funeral, 2 British soldiers got lost in the crowd, okay? They took a wrong turn, they were in plain clothes, and they ended up right in the middle of this huge crowd of mourners, thousands of people on the streets. And without going into the very sad details, they were pulled out of the car by the crowd, and they were killed, okay? So Father Alec was pleading with people. He was there to help with the funeral, and he basically was pleading with the crowd, please don't do this. That fell on deaf ears. But what he was able to do was offer the last rites to these soldiers, okay? And it was a very, sorry, I get quite moved by his story. It was a very profound moment because again, things had been building and both sides were going, well, yes, this is justified, and of course we would do this after they did that. And Father Alec just went, actually, through his actions, this needs to stop, okay? He showed this humanity to these 2 British soldiers, and it completely changed the tenor of the conversation after that, okay? Lots of everyday citizens went, should we be justifying this? Should we be supporting this? Or do we need to do something different as a society? So a really powerful moment. Interestingly, Father Alec had a letter in his pocket in a suit coat from one of the Catholic political parties that was trying to reach out to the IRA representatives to pull them into a peace process. So at this point, there was absolutely no peace process happening, but this letter of invitation was a letter to say, meet us at Clonard Monastery, let's start this conversation. We'll start first among the Catholic community, and then we'll build it out and invite the British government to join in. And so Father Alec delivered this letter after this incident with blood on it, okay, of these British soldiers. And it was a very powerful moment where people, sort of stopped to say, maybe we should consider this. So before his actions, some would argue that there might not have been much of a chance that those peace talks would have taken place, but the power of his symbolic action, the power of rehumanization, basically called that into being, a lot of people feel like. And he went on to host some of those conversations, again, first with this Catholic political party and the IRA, and then with the British government. So secret talks in the monastery itself that eventually gave birth to the peace process. So really important to kind of think about these little moments that have massive impact, and how hope can come from some of these very, very difficult experiences. And this took place in 1988. The ceasefire did not start till 1994, so it was not a quick fix. It was 6 years of talks, 6 years of negotiations, but that led to the conditions where the IRA called a ceasefire and the political talks officially began that resulted in the peace process. So, difficult dialogue. What does that look like in the context of a society that is desperately trying to heal amidst societal conflict and division? So Jo Berry is this woman that you see down here in the bottom picture, and actually this was a gathering that took place at my former place of work. So that picture is of Jo and Pat sitting in the place where I used to work in the church sanctuary. And interestingly, and you'll maybe know why when I tell you the story, a riot took place just after they spoke, okay? Local people saying they shouldn't have been promoting peace in our neighborhood. So sometimes these difficult dialogues are really difficult. They're not always as straightforward as we think they're going to be. But Jo lost her father during the Brighton bombing. So he was in the cabinet of Margaret Thatcher. Some of you may know, one of the most famous or infamous Tory politicians in England. And he was in her cabinet. He was one of the government officials. And the IRA decided that if they bombed the Tory party conference and managed to kill Margaret Thatcher, that it would send a very distinctive message to the British government about their position in the conflict. They did not injure Margaret, but they did injure and kill several members of her cabinet, including Jo's father. Patrick, or Pat McGee, was the person who planted the bomb, okay? He was the IRA member who planted the bomb. And Jo's wonderful. Maybe some of you will get to meet her possibly during the Northern Ireland trip, but she is a real beacon of hope herself, someone who was prepared to engage in radical forgiveness. And she reached out to Pat, not necessarily with forgiveness as an agenda, but she, at one point, you can see there in the year 2000, so again, about 16 years after the loss of her father, she thought, I want to know what drove Pat to plant that bomb, and I want him to know how that affected me, losing my dad. And so she reached out to him, and some wonderful peace builders in Northern Ireland helped that conversation happen. And Jo and Pat have gone on to form this really unlikely friendship and like collaborative working relationship where now they work together for peace all the time. And it's really interesting because it's not an easy, people think, oh, dialogue, and it's all quite lovely. It's not easy. I've seen the two of them sit down together, and Jo will say to Pat, you're not being honest today, and I don't like that you're not telling the full truth. And then Pat will go, well, okay, you're probably right. And they talk it through in front of everybody. So it's a pretty profound and beautiful friendship. And again, after this dialogue, we had to hustle them out the back door. Interestingly, I set up the dialogue and then went off and had a baby. So I'm sitting at home holding my new little baby, scrolling Facebook, going, oh, there's a riot. Oh, this does not look good at all, as the whole thing takes place 2 miles down the road. But they had to be hustled out the back door because local Protestants went, we don't want a former member of the IRA, a Catholic paramilitary person, doing peace-building work in our neighborhood. That's not okay. Okay? So, and yet, some powerful things took place that night in that congregation, in that sanctuary where they were sharing their story. So some of this difficult dialogue does not always look easy. We also have this story of Alan McBride, a friend of mine and my husband's. Alan is up there in the blue sweater. And Alan lost his wife in the Schenkel bomb. So the IRA thought that the headquarters of their rival Protestant paramilitary organization was above a little fish shop. Whether that was or wasn't the case, we don't really know. But the fish shop was bombed, and Alan's wife was helping her dad, who owned the fish shop, and so she was killed. And Alan, of course, was devastated, but felt like he wanted He wanted to do something with this personal loss and really create change from it. And so for him, it was really important for him to reach out to his perceived enemies and to begin dialogue. And so Alan has done tremendous work over the years in Northern Ireland, working with Protestant paramilitaries, with Catholic paramilitaries, with police, with soldiers, with prison officers, with civilians who've had similar losses to himself. And it's just a really phenomenal person who feels like not only do we need to engage in dialogue to repair, for post-societal repair or reconstruction after conflict, but for prevention. Okay, some of you may know this, that if a conflict stays peaceful for 14 years, it's much more likely not to move back into conflict. But we know cases all over the world where that conflict has reemerged. And so we always have to be tending to peace building. It's just like democracy. We're all, kind of, I think my generation sort of went, well, once you've got democracy, it just sticks. And now suddenly we're like, well, maybe you have to work for it. And it's the same with peace building. Peace building is a peace process can be a wonderful miracle, but once you have it, the work doesn't stop. And Alan is a big believer in this, and his very courageous dialogue has been a great example to many of us. Okay, political sacrifice for the public good. Some of you may know who's in the middle of these guys. Anybody recognize that famous person who's standing in the middle of the picture? No, Springsteen, not Springsteen, but another famous singer? Sean, what? Bono, we've got it. Bono would be very offended to know that you weren't all shouting his name straight away. So Bono is holding the hands of David Trimble on the left in the blue and John Hume in the yellow. And these were the two lead politicians going into the negotiations that resulted in the Good Friday Agreement. And you can see how awkward they look there, because none of them, this was a very public picture that, was talked about all around the world. Neither of them knew that was going to be happening, so you can see them going, oh, do I really want to be photographed with this other person? But Bono was really going like, come on, guys, like, let's give peace a chance. U2 played in Belfast that summer with a very direct attempt to kind of cultivate some momentum for a peace process. The two politicians agreed to come on stage, and this, Bono seized the moment and thought, like, here we go, let's get this party started. But they did. They went on to work really well together over the next kind of 3 years of negotiations, and then in the new government that was formed in Northern Ireland after the Good Friday Agreement. They won the Nobel Peace Prize for their work. People would say to you, from both communities, this person, the peace process wouldn't have been possible without this person on both sides. However, it scuppered their political careers, okay? Their political careers, instead of growing after, diminished. So around the world, we would look at John Hume and David Trimble and say, they were, in a sense, the fathers of the peace process, and they were in many ways from a political perspective, but they both lost their political standing as a result. Okay, for a couple of reasons. Particularly for David Trimble, the Protestant politician, his party went, how could you give concessions to the IRA? How could you let Catholics take up positions that will allow them to start to run the government? It's always been a Protestant government for Protestant people. We can't believe you've allowed this to happen. For John Hume's perspective on the Catholic side, it was more that the IRA had a political arm at this point called Sinn Féin, which was the political party associated with the IRA. Some of you know this, and you'll hear more about it if you come to Northern Ireland this summer. But he basically, through the negotiations, gave weight to all voices in Northern Ireland, all political perspectives, because you can't negotiate a peace treaty without everybody at the table. So he essentially paved the way for Sinn Féin, the political wing of the IRA, to begin to gain electoral prominence in Northern Ireland. And at the signing of the Good Friday Agreement, his party, the SDLP, had more votes than any party in Northern Ireland. Now it's one of the smallest parties in Northern Ireland, and Sinn Féin, the rival party, is the biggest. Okay, and so what we saw very quickly is his party lost electoral votes. Eventually, that meant that it cost him his position. David Trimble lost his political seat. Not too far down the line from the Good Friday Agreement, 2005, he lost his ability to represent the UK in Parliament. Okay, so it's really important to say that sometimes when we are part of wider peacebuilding processes, it's really important to think about what sometimes needs to be sacrificed for the greater good. And I would argue that politicians in Northern Ireland have currently forgotten this example and would do well to remember it. And I would also argue, if I can be so bold, that most American politicians are not really signing up to this at the moment. It's more, what can I get for me and my party, not what's important for the people of the United States. How can we create healing? How can we create a society that's worth living in, a society where we want to raise our children and our grandchildren here and know that they're going to thrive. So it may be important for us to remind our politicians of some of these examples as well. And then on a final political note, these two guys here, they got the nickname the Chuckle Brothers because, as you can see here, they look like they're having a good old laugh together. Lots of joy, a little bit of crack, as we'd say in Northern Ireland, meaning fun. You would be very surprised to hear that the man on the right with the orange tie was extremely high up in the IRA for years and years and years. We don't know how high because he never really talked about it, but Martin McGuinness, one of the most feared leaders of the IRA, and Ian Paisley, who was a firebrand politician who built a whole church, so a whole church denomination and a whole political party, more or less on the hatred of Catholics. So his philosophy was all Catholics automatically went to hell and didn't really deserve a place in civic society. And yet, you have these two polar opposites. You could not imagine politicians being further apart on the political spectrum. And these two guys, after the signing of the Good Friday Agreement in 2007, so almost 10 years after, ended up in government together. Okay, Ian was the first minister of Northern Ireland. Martin was the deputy first minister. And believe it or not, they created a friendship. They formed this really unlikely friendship. And it was born out of the fact that both of them felt that Northern Ireland needed healing in that time. Politics had been very difficult since the signing of the Good Friday Agreement. And they decided that people needed to see a united front and an example of a Catholic and a Protestant politician doing business together. So not only did they end up doing business together, they ended up forming this really interesting friendship. And when Ian died a number of years later, Martin was one of the last people outside of the family that came to visit, and he really comforted Ian's wife and really supported the family. So really important to see that, again, this kind of moral courage, this moral imagination is extremely important to see when we are in societies that are healing from conflict or trying to move through our own situations of conflict. So these examples of people reaching across the political divide are really important. So I hope some of those stories have been hopeful for you. Apologies for the fact that, of course, with each of those stories, there's a very sad or difficult element, but it's really important to know that hope and healing is really possible, even at the hardest times in our society and in these cases of extreme loss. I think in this current climate, we forget that that's possible, and so I think these stories from Northern Ireland give us that sense of hope and that sense of possibility. So as we start to bring this to a close, I want to just invite us to think about risk-taking as a fundamental peace-building practice. So as you've seen through all of these stories, holding this kind of irrational, impossible sense of hope that things can change is what allowed these things to take place, but also the risk-taking that people took, whether that was with their political careers or being shunned by their neighbors. Forgiving someone who's taken the life of your child is not something that everyone in your community or family will understand. And so people were taking really, really big risks to try to create change in these dynamics and to create healing. And so it's important to say when we start to think about conflict transformation in any society or, including the United States, it doesn't occur without top-down and bottom-up efforts, okay? So absolutely, it cannot happen without the politicians. People making decisions in society need to be able to make the decisions that bring us back together again. But also, that momentum has to come from the grassroots as well. It needs to be a pincher effect. You can't have one without the other. So I'm afraid it doesn't allow us to be let off the hook, guys. A lot of times we go, well, if our politicians could just do things differently, it would be fine. But our politicians get permission from us tacitly as a society. So doing the work on the ground to create that change, to create that momentum, to create a different narrative is incredibly important. And we saw that in really powerful ways in Northern Ireland with conflict transformation and with these efforts towards healing. it can't be done without individual and collective risk taking. So we've looked at a lot of the individual risks that people were taking in these stories, but also we need to take risks collectively. You know, we need to be able to come together with other people to say, do we want things to continue as they are, or do we want them to change? And if so, what does that look like? And how do we put our voices together to create a change in dynamics, a change in what's taking place? Trauma healing is one of the pillars of peacebuilding. Okay, so some of you who've studied with Lynn and others in the department will have heard of the wonderful John Paul Lederach. And John Paul has created all kinds of wonderful peacebuilding frameworks. And one of the things that he would say is trauma healing is a component, a really important component of peacebuilding, because unaddressed trauma does not get metabolized, okay, is probably the easiest way to say that. When we don't address deep hurts that we experience individually and collectively, those remain with us and often metastasize and show up later, okay? And so one of the things we need to look at in our communities that have been affected by violence and conflict, in our nations that have been, is this kind of idea of how can we work to heal those hurts? How can we address what's happened, maybe name it, and then create ways where we can talk about it, where we can support each other, where we can begin to find that path of healing. So something to think about in many of our communities and in our nation. And then finally, societal transformation is possible, and it's worth the risk. Okay, it is risky, it does take time, it's a lot easier to stay home and watch Netflix, but we have to find ways in our societies to make the changes that we feel we need. And so I hope some of these stories have been encouraging to you and inspiring as you start to think about ways even to kind of create small new avenues for dialogue or new possibilities in your communities, whether it's the community of UVU. Campuses are powerful communities, and this is a wonderful place to begin to start doing some of the work that you think needs to be done in the world, whether that's in our families, our geographical communities, or again, wider within our nations. So I hope that some of these stories have given you some ideas, some inspiration for maybe how you might want to collectively do some of this very, very important work in your own lives and in the areas that you influence. So I'm very proud of myself. I'm a talker, and almost every year I go over, but we are exactly on time. And I'm wondering, I'm going to ask Lynn, do we have time for one or two questions, Lynn? Okay, so does anybody have a question that, yes, Eleesha?
Do I need the mic for the...
He's going to throw it.
Yeah, so a lot of this, it reminds me of the civil rights movement in the United States, and I'm curious of how school children are learning about this, like the way that Americans learn the civil rights movement, especially because it's very recent history with a lot of competing interest of how to tell the story. So how do school children learn, especially when their parents lived through it?
That is such an interesting question. My kids and I were talking about this the other day, in that depending on the school, so education is still divided in many cases in Northern Ireland. So there's a Catholic maintained system and a state maintained system, which is Protestant, with only 8% of kids going to integrated schools, which are intentionally mixed. And so depending on your school, whether it's Catholic or Protestant, you get a more Catholic or you get a more Protestant version of history. So Catholics get a little more Irish history, Protestants get a little more English history, and the conversation about the Troubles is often different as well. Thankfully, that's starting to change. So my kids are 12 and 14, so they're in high school now, middle school, high school. And we're really trying to change that education, that narrative, to keep it open, but more diverse than it's been before. And so this year, they had a traveling exhibition where they brought in things like plastic bullets, which were used to maintain crowd control by British soldiers, but caused quite a few deaths during the conflict because they weren't being used appropriately by the soldiers against civilian populations. They looked at weaponry that was used. They looked at peacebuilding paraphernalia, like signs and placards. So it was a really beautiful way of trying to bring to life the very collective and very complex history of Northern Ireland. So we're starting to see that change, which is really encouraging. So thank you.
First of all, I'd like to recommend a movie that came out a few years ago called Belfast.
Yes.
Excellent movie that shows the story of a Catholic family living in Belfast at the time and how their neighbors tried to protect them from harm and things like that. Yeah. Anyway, my question centers more on families that were comprised of both Catholic and Protestant. I would regard them as some of the peacemakers or the grassroots leaders of the area, how they were able to hold their families together and be an example, to the process of peace negotiation.
That's a really interesting question. So marriages between Catholics and Protestants in Northern Ireland are called mixed marriages, interestingly. And at the beginning, people in mixed marriages were under a lot of threat. So one of my friends was born into a mixed marriage, and the family had to leave Northern Ireland because they were sent a bullet in the post and a threat that if they didn't get out, they'd be put out. And so they moved down to the Republic of Ireland. So people took huge risks to marry someone from the other side back in the day. And we had a mixed marriage association and a lot of kind of like, again, public voice where people came together to say, we have to change this dynamic. And over time, it did change. So a lot of those marriages were, as you say, real community leaders who began to advocate for change, which was really powerful to see. And now it's really different. So we live in what we would call an integrated area where, we're kind of, our little cul-de-sacs, kind of almost 50-50, Catholic, Protestant, and 3 of us weren't born on the island of Ireland. So we're seeing a lot of change. And it was really funny because in Northern Ireland, we play the identity game, which is a terrible thing to do, but you're always trying to figure out, is that person Catholic or is that person Protestant? And thankfully, our kids don't do it. But my husband and I sat down, and we were like, let's think about our kids, parents. Like, what does that look like, in terms of our children's friends, parents? And we realized that virtually all of the couples that we know or that our kids are socializing with, their friends, parents, are almost all in mixed marriages. Okay, so we're really starting to see a big change. Now, that would not be the case in communities still most affected by the legacy of the conflict or the troubles. That people would be in much more kind of close identity-based marriages or partnerships. But now we're seeing a lot of change, and so there's a lot of hope there, which is wonderful. All right, Lynn's going to pull me off the stage by a cane here in just a minute, so I'm gonna bring this to a close. But just to say, we are running workshops tomorrow, and so for any of you who are not registered for workshops but would like to be, we're going to be talking about some of the ways in the workshop that people did have the dialogue, did engage in storytelling, did do really meaningful interpersonal peace-building work. So if people are interested, just encourage you guys to sign up for some of those workshops tomorrow. Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Sara. We will be having another session beginning in about 5 minutes. You're certainly welcome to stay. And if you are interested in the workshops and are not signed up, let me know.
Thank you very much for
Absolutely.
getting that sorted out. Really appreciate it.
Conversations workshop. I have the pleasure of introducing Carl Stauffer. I think Carl was born to be a peace builder. He was born in Vietnam, where his parents were Mennonite missionaries, and experienced the Vietnamese War as an infant. So at age 4, instead of a birthday party or fireworks at July 4th, he experienced the Tet Offensive. Does anybody know what the Tet Offensive was? Okay. Bombs and bullets raining down from American planes on his home in Vietnam. So this sort of had a crucial impact on his life, and he has dedicated his life to both peace building and restorative justice. Carl has a master's from Eastern Mennonite and Conflict Transformation, a PhD from KwaZulu-Natal University in Africa. And after Vietnam, they went to the Philippines, and then Carl in 1997 went to South Africa. And he was there for 16 years with the Mennonite Committee and worked with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and did peace building. He came back in 2013 to be the head of the co-director of the Zaire Restorative Justice Institute. And since then has been worked in over 27 countries to do peace building and restorative justice. Most recently, he's been the senior expert on Reconciliation and Restorative Justice at the U.S. Institute of Peace, which unfortunately has been changed, and he is now doing work with the Mennonite Central Committee. He is known throughout the world as being one of the experts on restorative justice and reconciliation, and we're delighted to have him here.
Thank you, Susan, and that was a very gracious introduction. It's wonderful to be back and to be here. Like Sara, it's been a journey of sort of accompanying UVU over the last 5 years, and it's been a real pleasure to be part of that. Some of you may have heard various addresses at different times, so I have spoken about restorative justice on multiple occasions, and I'm not going to do that again per se. If someone wants to bring up more detail about what restorative justice is, I will be happy to address some of that at the question answering time. As I began to think about what do we do in this time? What can we do? How can we capture, as Sara said, John Paul Lederach says, the moral imagination of folks like you and beyond to think about what do we do? And you'll see the subtitle, For Such a Time as This. I'm also a minister. I'm borrowing there from the scripture, Mordecai and Esther. And Mordecai is saying to Esther, you are in a position where you can change history for your people, but you're going to have to take a risk, the risk Sara was talking about, and enter the king's presence without him beckoning you, which was potentially death to her, even as a queen. And so for such a time as this, I'm asking that question, and we'll be asking that question. What is it that we need to be about for such a time as this? And how can we move beyond, oh, boy, do we need hope. Oh, boy, do we need dialogue. Oh, boy, do we need forgiveness. Oh, boy, would we stop using the social media this way. Oh, whatever we're hearing now. And say, what can we do? So that's a little bit what's behind here, and I hope I can capture your imagination enough that we can have some interesting conversation following this time. One of the books, there were many, one of the books in my PhD studies that really captured my attention, partly because I was working in Sierra Leone, was by an anthropologist, a social anthropologist, James Richards, who wrote on fighting for the rainforest. He was talking about Sierra Leone in West Africa and the 12-year civil war there, where I was able to engage after that war for many years and still am engaging with the incredible work that's being done there to build a peaceful nation out of that very, very destructive war. And he talks about violence as is propagated. It keeps going. These cycles keep giving birth to cycles of violence through four means. He says, first of all, practice. And you might say, what does that have to do? We have to practice violence, and we're constantly practicing it. Not just in the military, but in many different ways socially. We practice it. And some of the armed actors and these informal groups who feel like they have no place in a conflict and arm themselves and break into society, they often looks like it's gratuitous violence. And it does feel that way because many times they're practicing violence. They're going to practice something, see what the response is, and if they get the response they want, then they continue the practice. Okay? So violence is maintained through practice. Second of all, he says violence is maintained through performance. We perform violence over and over and over again in different ways, whether it's a disciplinary process, whether it's the way we speak on social media, whether it's all the sacred servicing and so on around the military and the narrative that we've built around the military and justified state-sanctioned violence. Those are all performances of violence that enhance violence and that keep it intact in our societies. And then he said the third one is narrative, how we speak about violence. and the language we've built around violence, and the way that language hides certain things and makes other things sound glorious and keeps us from realizing the true impact of violence at times. And often that narrative is driven by politics and by ideological narrative that sort of glorifies one way of thinking and denigrates others. It's more than just words. Narrative is the words that we give to ideas that we act on. I want to be clear on that. When I talk about narrative, I'm not just talking about words. I am talking about words, and I think we all know how powerful words are. And so the narratives that we choose around violence have something to do with how it grows or is magnified or is lessened. And then finally, culture. And I'm not talking about saying certain cultures are violent and others are not. When I say culture here, there are aspects of our culture that we can weaponize and we can use in such a way as to reinforce violence, reward violence, and therefore it continues. Now, that little brief segue, I'm not going to be talking about violence over this time necessarily. It's in the background. But what I discovered as I began to read and process this is I think these four categories are also the invitation for us who want to do something in such a time as this. If this is how violence is maintained and continued, and it continues to regenerate and give birth, and it's an iterative process, then why wouldn't this be the same kind of action necessary for peace building for such a time as this? We need to be practicing peace building. We need to be performing peace building. We need to be narrating peace building. We need to be talking about cultures of peace. And as John Paul Lederach talks about, looking for the constituents of peace. Those who are looking at the conflict with two eyes. These are our allies. And so I want to hold that at the beginning here as I go through this conversation. Keep thinking about how do we practice, how do we perform, how do we narrate, how do we build a culture of peace. Now, restorative justice is my passion, so that's sort of where I step into that conversation, though I've studied peace building, and it's and there was a lovely thank you, Sara, for setting the stage on the peace building and the lessons from it, and especially for Northern Ireland, but for many violence and conflict and wars around the world. There's a fierce hope we need to hold on to. Lynn mentioned the conversation that was with me. I have a Palestinian peace builder colleague, and she's been holding out, doing so much work, traveling everywhere she can, talking about peace, and she's been so hopeful. And I've been encouraging her from the background, saying, this is incredible. And the last time after this war with Iran started, she said, what happens when hope feels too heavy to carry? So we have to hold on fiercely to this idea that we are better than what we're seeing right now. We as humankind collectively, like the name of this initiative, we have a better self. How do we bring that out? Again, I can't help but borrow from sacred literature. The men of Issachar, the people of Issachar, were one of the tribal groups of the Old Testament in the Jewish tradition, and they were described as this. They were a small group, and they said, the people of Issachar discern the signs of the times and know what we should do. I'd like us all to think about what would it mean for me to discern the signs of the times right now and what I should do. It's one thing to discern the signs of the times, which we have many people writing about, talking about, teaching about, thinking about. It gets harder to take that discernment and figure out what do we do. What I love about restorative justice, many things that I think are really amazing about restorative justice, and I'm constantly promoting it as a system of change too, not just nice actions. It holds multiple tensions and paradoxes together into one system if we're willing to try. What it does is it says we can hold people who've done the most hideous conflict and violence accountable. We can also heal those who've experienced the trauma of that violence. And sometimes we can even do it together. And we can heal all, and we can have a conversation, and we can hold each other accountable, and we can come to an agreement that feels more just and noble and right. So restorative justice for me is a public practice. It can be a private practice too, but I think it's mostly a public practice of what we would call in the field of reconciliation a kind of social cohesion, building social cohesion. It's not agnostic. It's moral. It has a normative framework that says there are certain things that do damage human beings, physically, emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually. It's understood in concepts like common ground. How do we find common ground? A phraseology we use in conflict resolution. In the idea of beloved community, where Martin Luther King spoke about this beloved community that's interracial, that's diverse, that can have really hard conversations like we were being told about too, can call each other to account, but also know that undergirding all of that is a love and a warmth and an ability to say, you are human and I see your humanity. And then there's the African philosophy of Ubuntu, sometimes overused. We've got Ubuntu consulting groups and Ubuntu art and Ubuntu whatever. But in its depth and philosophy, it's amazing. Ubuntu says, my humanity is all wrapped up in your humanity. I would cease to be human if I was no longer in relationship with other humans. If I was isolated enough that I no longer had human contact, my humanity would be diminished. It's hard for us in the West, in our isolated, individualistic thinking, to imagine that. We think we would be, we'd fight through and be that individual and keep our humanity. But in fact, our humanity is continually being built up or torn down by relationships around us, starting with family, community, and religious and other kinds of groupings. Restorative justice is a public practice of social cohesion because of the values that are enhanced. And I'm just going to give you a few right here. Dan Van Ness and Karen Strong wrote a book in 1997 on restorative justice. And they talk about restorative justice being encompassed by inclusion, by encounter, by amends or restitution and reparations, by reintegration back into the human family, the human community. Others talk about restorative justice being about justice, solidarity, respect, truth. The UN talks about it from a transitional justice perspective as truth, justice, repair and reparations, and the right to non-repetition. These are all values that reinforce each other and that I believe carry with them the strength if we're willing to lean into them and walk into them and to live into them. I propose restorative justice as a social justice movement. And this is controversial in my field, you can imagine. For many, many years, from the 1970s when restorative justice became more popular, it was always seen as an individual social service. It was first of all trapped in the criminal legal system alone, but it was this idea that, it's a good social service, one of many on a menu of many social services like mediation, negotiation, dialogue, whatever, and you can pick and choose when to use restorative justice. While I appreciate that, and there are many individual stories of transformation through this process of restorative justice, I want to maintain, and that shift began in 1990 with Dr. Howard Zehr, one of the founding voices of restorative justice, when he published a book called, which had Paradigm Shift in it, changing lenses, a paradigm shift. And he was saying we have to make a paradigm shift of what we understand justice is in order to even engage in this thing called restorative justice. And that paradigm shift was radical, and it moved the needle, but it still didn't move into a movement per se. And over the last, I would say, 10 years now, we are seeing what looks like a social justice movement in many different ways. First of all, it has exploded research-wise and practice-wise. Restorative justice is being applied in schools, in universities, in environmental conflicts, in government and transitional justice processes where I've seen it at work. And so I believe we're on the cusp, if not in the middle of this, and we should look at restorative justice and study it and research it as a social movement. And if we do that, it asks a set of different questions, and it may politicize restorative justice a bit. What are those questions? I've taught social movements in academia, and there are many markers, but there are three critical pillars of any markers of social movements. The first is, what is the political opportunity here? We definitely have the political opportunity. We're ripe with the political opportunities to be creative and imaginative and try to think about restorative justice being applied in some of the most horrendous violence that we see around us. The political opportunity is here. We see the swing across the globe towards more authoritarian leadership. We see the swing across the road for the strong men, for the public feeling completely out of control and looking for that strong man, looking for that might, looking for the military to dominate, looking for this sense of making the world less complex and very simple and giving us either or, right and wrong, white and black, blue and green, blue and red, whatever, green and red, whatever you want to say, thinking. But the political opportunity is here, and it's complex, and it's going to have to feel and see restorative justice. It's not enough for us to talk about it. We're going to have to think about how do we practice it in our local areas. The other markers of social movement are resource mobilization. Are resources being mobilized, both material and human? And if so, that's a sign that we've got a movement on our hands. It's being picked up by many different people, many different voices. Advocacy and activist groups are grabbing hold of restorative justice and transformative justice, which have some similarities but are slightly different. I won't go into those differences right now. And there needs to be a framing message. And I'm arguing that all of these are here. They're ripe. They're ready if we're willing to step into it. The framing message has probably been our biggest challenge. How do we describe restorative justice? And for those of you who are hearing this for the first time, I'm going to give a very brief, sort of thumbnail sketch so you can get a sense of what I'm talking about. Restorative justice essentially says we need to broaden our understanding of justice beyond the criminal legal system. We need to understand that people change and their behaviors change beyond punishment. Punishment isn't the only way in which people change. In fact, research indicates it's not a very strong way of bringing about human relational change. And so if that's the case, our whole criminal legal system is configured around punishment. And it's configured around a legal drama that plays itself out in trial and legislated legal codes and so on. And restorative justice says, I need to break out of this because justice is something like peace. It's felt and understood in the social realm, and we need to get there in the spiritual realm. Restorative justice asks different questions than our current justice system. The first question it asks is, who's been harmed? Understand that that's not who's to blame. Who's been harmed? Focus is on those who have been victimized, who've experienced the harm and have survived. But it also does not distinguish between those who've caused the violence not being harmed. They could have been harmed too. In fact, what we know, many of the violent offenders in our prison systems right now, in fact, about 60 to 70%, almost worldwide, have gone through extensive abuse as a child, physical, emotional, sexual abuse. That doesn't excuse violent behavior or committing crime. What it does is it helps us understand that trauma that's not healed will be transmitted. So trauma not transformed will be transmitted to others. So who's been harmed? Then it says, what are the needs that have arisen from that harm? That's what restorative justice is asking. Every harm has a whole set of repercussions, ripples of needs, human needs that come out of it. You may have had your dorm room broken into and someone stole your stuff. That's the harm. The needs, what are they? You don't trust your roommates or maybe even the people on the floor. You don't feel safe at UVU. You don't know when it's going to happen again. You don't know what to lock up and you don't know who's watching your coming and going. I don't know. There might be a whole bunch of things. You might be living in fear. Your grades might be plummeting because you're under stress. Those are the needs that come out of the harms. And then the third question is, who's responsible? Who has the obligation to try to repair? And I use the word repair, not fix. We're not fixing things here. These things are too complicated to be fixed, but they can be repaired. There can be some kind of reparation that gives a sense of some more equanimity, some more justice being experienced here. So I want us to look at restorative justice in the government sector, because that's where a lot of our blame is right now, focused on the governments and governing and how things are being governed at universities, in our homes, in schools, in public affairs, in politics. Sliva, in 2023, wrote a definition of restorative governance. And this is what they say: a restorative approach to the management of public processes, policies, and systems in which all those who have a stake in a particular issue engage in relational and dialogical practices. We're going to be doing some of that in our seminar conferences coming up tomorrow, leading to collective agreements about how to prevent and repair social harms. Now, if that sounds like gobbledygook, maybe it's because it's trying to describe human process. And I know that I'm swimming upstream on this one, because this would not fit in a lot of people who want to know what's right and what's wrong, and who want to know how we can fix something right away. The restorative approach takes time, it takes commitment, it takes participation. It means we have to become architects of social processes. And we have to be patient. We have to be enduring in the process. We have to understand that collective agreements are always stronger than individual decisions. You might think you're the smartest one in the world, and you might think that I usually come up with the right answer, and so why should I wait around for the rest of the folks around me to figure out that's the right answer? When I've got the right answer, let me just implement it. You are always smarter when you're together with other people. They may not have the full idea, you don't either, but you all have many ideas that you bring together, and together you can knit something that's stronger than any one person could imagine. That's what collective imagination is about. Moral imagination is about. And so that's what this definition is inviting us into. And it's saying our processes, our policies should be thinking restoratively. Our systems should be built so that they're handling structures restoratively. My wife's work is in trauma, and particularly surviving violence, sexual violence, and particularly when it comes in a situation of an institution in which folks felt like they should have been protected. What does it mean to rethink our systems, to think restoratively, as opposed to just legally, to think relationally instead of just policy or procedure, to think, how do we humanize the work that we're trying to do to prevent and repair harm? Now, when we think about change at a government or collective level, I'm simplifying a lot of things here, but I just want to catch your imagination, I hope. There's at least 3 things we need to think about if we want to shift a whole system. Again, we as the collective. We have to think about the containers, first of all. What holds the system in place? What are those practices, performances, narratives, and cultures that have been developed that hold a certain violent system in place? Let's investigate those containers. And let's figure out, is there a way to build other containers? Some of the ways to do things that we're talking about, like in restorative justice, are extremely simplistic at the surface, but very difficult. I call it sitting in the fire, because it doesn't come easily. If you start to tinker with the containers, you're going to feel it. There's going to be some folk that aren't going to be very happy. Second of all, every system has defined differences. They say this part of the system does this part does this, and they don't talk to each other. They don't relate. They don't need to, because they each have their own assignment. I want to break that down and say, no, those differences that have been defined for us by culture, practice, narrative, and performance, let's question those. Let's say, why isn't the finance department speaking to the religious department? Why isn't the finance department speaking to the Peacebuilding and trying to understand how do we do finances in a more restorative way? Or vice versa, the restorative justice trying to say, how do we do what we do? What can we learn from each other in the respective fields that seem maybe never have talked before? How can we bring people together and start to overcome differences? And then all systems are held up by exchanges. I give you this, you give me that, this sort of exchange. And I don't mean just instrumental exchanges, though that's the case. I'm talking about also relational, spiritual, emotional, psychological, and other kinds of exchanges, the soft power exchanges and reciprocities that keep us going. But again, we want to ask, do we want to change some of those exchanges? Are some of those exchanges getting transactional and we need to change them and move in a different way, or getting exploitative? Now, Pavlich has written about restorative governance, and back in 2005, he wrote a book called Governing Paradoxes. And he maintains that the bottom line is that if restorative justice continues to imitate the labels, the principles, the structures, the language of the criminal legal system, that's what CLS means there, it will never be able to offer an alternative form of restorative governance to society. What it's saying is we can't just tinker with this system and hope for a better future. We're going to have to do some radical renovation, some radical transformation. And I'm not talking about violent. That's usually what people think about it. I'm talking about doing things in the opposite spirit as a resistance. And I'm thinking of coming together so that we're not alone in this, but we have multiple folks coming together to act on this resistance in nonviolent ways. So what does RJ offer amidst the violence of our times? We tell stories because stories are important, and I hope this just triggers a few things for some of you. I'm gonna paint some real pictures of what I've experienced this, where I've experienced this, and how I've experienced this. So RJ provides a form of public accountability, redemption, and healing. I saw this in Sierra Leone. In Sierra Leone, they ended up, there was a special court from the International Criminal Court. There was a truth commission. Neither of those fully helped the country actually reconcile and heal. So they resurrected an indigenous process called Femble Talk, family talk. And it's been in motion since. And I believe they're building a peaceful society, and very likely not will be going back to civil war anytime soon because of this indigenous process that went down to the root systems, the village, neighbor to neighbor, which is where the reconciliation and healing needed to happen. Savage Joe was one of those soldiers. That was his army name. Killed 17 people in one village. And he went into hiding and was lost after the peace process. No one knew where he was. His family didn't know where he was. No one could seem to find him. His sister came forward to Femble Talk and apologized and pled for forgiveness on his behalf. But she said, I want to find him, and will you help me? Femble Talk Process sent their staff to look, and they scoured this country of 1.4 million people to try to find Savage Joe. They eventually found him in an army barracks. He had changed his name, his identity, and at first he denied all connection. They went back. His sister said, can I write a letter to him and you take it to him? They said, sure. So she wrote a letter pleading with her brother to come forward, saying this process, remember the tensions I said this can hold? It can hold you even though you've done this horrific thing. He still didn't believe. Then she said, I want to record a message. She recorded a video pleading for him to come out and take responsibility for what he's done and allow the community to heal. And that broke him. And in front of the staff of the Femble Talk, he broke down and confessed that he was Savage Joe. From that point on, they began to work on how to make this public process the most constructive. 300 people showed up for their process. The communities were hyped. They were interested, but they also understood that their main goal was healing and repair. And Savage Joe became one of the biggest proponents. He no longer went by that. Joe became one of the biggest proponents of Femble Talk, traveled the country talking about it. And because he had gone public, he was risking, remember, Sara talked so much about the risk. He was taking a risk of being tried. He did not fall under the amnesty. 17 people, no, he was not under the amnesty clause that many others had gotten. So he said, I would rather be tried, hung, put in prison or whatever than to carry the guilt that I've been carrying. And so I'm coming open, and I want to meet with those I've harmed and the families and so on. Incredible story of accountability, redemption, and healing. You can find that story online if you'd be interested. RJ increases empathy amid violence. The new brain science tells us this, that whenever someone reaches out in any sort of human form and does something that's humanly empathic, it raises the empathic tendency in your brain or my brain to respond likewise. So while we talk about this being a miracle and magic, it's not. It's in our brains. Believe it or not, we've been socialized out of it, but we're socialized to respond to empathy. And likewise, if empathy is taken out of the violence, we become more and more hardened and more hostile and divided. Brian Mitchell led an attack in South Africa. He was one of the white security forces who led an attack on a funeral wake at the home of a black activist. First of all, why a wake? Even if the black activist was who he was after, why a wake where there was women, children, and men mourning the death of someone? But in any case, it was a horrific moment. 7 people were killed, children and women, and the community was in an outrage. The community was called trust feeds. When the TRC came and Brian came forward and asked for amnesty and then confessed to what he had done, the trust feeds community, instead of saying, let him hang, let him die, let him rot in prison, they said, we want you to come to us and meet with us. We're not promising forgiveness. We're not promising anything. We want you to come here face to face, take responsibility for what you've done. We cannot respond until we have a human being in our community talking about this. So Brian went. He went alone, with many people saying, don't go alone. They'll kill you. They didn't. They wanted to hear whether his remorse was real, whether there was some humanity that could be restored in him. And they wanted to make sure he heard how this had impacted their community and their families and how the violence had torn them apart. And then they could move on. And they moved on and had multiple meetings, not just one, multiple meetings. And in the long run, Brian Mitchell used some of his resources, which were fairly scarce. He was a low, boots-on-the-ground police officer, but he had family connections and other connections within his community and church, and they built a foundation called the Trust Feeds Foundation, where the community was able to use that foundation money and interest to develop their own community further. RJ increases empathy. RJ increases human dignity amidst violence. I'm thinking about Adrian Flock. Again, in South Africa, Adrian was the head of the police, secret police, during the 80s, which was one of the most violent times in the activism of South Africa. And Frank Chikane was an African minister. He was the head of the South African Council of Churches at the time, and when Adrian Flock was the head of the police. And they wanted to kill Frank Chikane because he was speaking out so clearly and so articulately against, and he had an international following, so it was hard to get their hands on him. And as he was flying out of the country one time, the police were given the order, Adrian Flock gave the order, for them to poison his suitcase. They took his suitcase, opened it up, acting like they were going through it, and they layered it with, I don't know what, but something that was lethal. When he arrived outside of South Africa and began to wear the clothing, he grew gravely ill. But he didn't die, he survived. Around the TRC time, Adrian Flock came forward and began to confess all that he had done. But one of the things that he did, which was striking and controversial, believe me, he privately went to Frank Chikane's office. Frank Chikane was a politician. He was the chief of staff for President Mbeki. He privately went to Frank Chikane's office and asked to wash Frank Chikane's feet, like Jesus washed the disciples' feet. Now, first of all, it's like, ugh. Does he think that's going to save him? You know, there was just a lot of, ugh, what's going on here? What's the motivation? But when we sat back and began to think about this, it's very symbolic. Not that Adrian Flock thought he was Jesus Christ. He was saying, there's no reason, there was no social reason, political or spiritual reason for him to wash Frank Chikane's feet. That's not a job any of us want to do, unless it's a loved one who we are close and intimate with. And so for him to do that, for many of us, it seemed to be significant. He was trying to restore human dignity in a situation where humanity had been so deeply lost in the violence. RJ increases subsidiarity and solidarity at a local level amid the war. Again, Sara reminded us this needs to start at the local level. I'm thinking of the old women, the grandmothers in a village in Kikwit village in the Democratic Republic of Congo during the war. The rebels were about ready to come to their village. They heard they were on the way. When the rebels came to a village, they killed people, they burnt crops, they stole food, it was always a pillage. This village was no different. It was poor. They were not armed, but they decided, we need to do something. So they got together to talk about it. No one had a great idea. Finally, the old women got up and said, we will go out and welcome the armed actors. We'll go out and welcome this armed group. We're going to be the welcoming committee. And hopefully we can slow them down, if not cause them to pause before they get to our village. Everyone was like, oh, we really? Really? No, we don't want to put our grandmothers and our mothers out on that. And they were like, no. We will do this because we think they will respond to that. The youth then stepped forward and said, some of us have been trained in how to take guns, how to disarm someone when you don't have a gun, but you can disarm in a group. And we'll train each other on disarming nonviolently, if at all possible, people who are carrying a gun, and we'll be the backup to our grandmothers and our mothers. And then the rest said, okay, we'll prepare food, beds, crops, new clothing, whatever, not new clothing, but clothing, whatever these guys need, so that if they do come in the village, we can respond to their needs. This was their plan. And most of us, would be shaking our head at this plan. They did it. And it had surprising impact. The armed act were blown away. The armed group was blown away, this sort of rebel movement. They didn't know what to do with these old women. First of all, there was a kind of respect that they had, even though they were carrying out this violence. And so they had to stop and pause, and they began to put down their arms. There was a few who said, no, this is crazy, you're playing with us, and they started to shoot. And then the young people came out. They were able to disarm at least one unit. 2 people were killed in that process. But that was a lot less than what could have been killed had they decided not to do anything but fearfully await the coming of these armed actors. They came in the village, they ate, they slept, and they went on without pillage. RJ re-narrates the conflict, saturated story. That's what we often call it in mediation, narrative mediation, a conflict-saturated story. What we are experiencing in this country right now is a conflict-saturated story. That's what we mean when we talk about polarization and division and what's happening on social media right now. And so I want us to understand some things. Part of it is, I think, and I'm not minimizing the tremendous harm that has been caused on the social media. But I do want to remind us, over and over again, statistics show that it's a small group that's making the most hateful messaging and noise in this country. I think they're looking at about 21% using our social media outlets for all of this kind of. There is still a majority who are saying, no, I'm not going to engage in this. But unfortunately, they're reading it or whatever. Let me just throw a few of those stats out. Again, I am not minimizing. I want us to think in new ways and think about who can we get help from. Every day, people battle over outrageous things said on X. Did you know that 4 out of 5 Americans don't use X? And therefore don't see what you see? Pew Research Center found last year that only 21% of US adults use X, and just 10% visit it daily. The loudest platform in politics reaches barely 1 in 5 Americans. That doesn't mean that the messaging isn't being passed around and spread around and causing tremendous harm. Ouch. Sorry. Causing tremendous harm to mics. Just a little bit more. What about the wacky claims made on cable TV? Did you know that during most hours of most primetime nights, less than 1% of the country watches Fox News, CNN, MS Now combined? The numbers back this up. Americans are out doing what they do to try to live their life the best they can. They're giving, they're volunteering, they're going to work. The bottom line is, next time your screen tells you America is broken, try to think about who's not participating and how do we galvanize their attention to make a difference. Walk outside, talk to your neighbor, coach a team, go to a town meeting. Go to meetings where you're looking at how do we take action to keep this virus, so to speak, from growing even larger. And lastly, RJ is a form of nonviolent action in the face of structural violence. Probably the best example, there are many in South Africa, but one of the most striking examples was President Mandela, when he took his helicopter as president, his state helicopter, and flew halfway across the country to the Orange Free State, which is a stronghold of the white apartheid movement. And the widow of the architect of apartheid, Hendrik Verwoerd was his name. He came in as a prime minister in 1948, and he was responsible for taking the racism of the British colonizers and just taking it the next step and legislating it down to incredible division and violence. His 90-some-year-old widow still lived in a retirement community in 1994 in this province, and President Mandela went and had tea with her. That's all he had, tea with her. He didn't say, I forgive you, I love you. He didn't say, we forgive your husband. No, he had tea with her. Now, that act on its own caused a huge stir, to say the least. White folks said, yay, see, this is what we can all live together and be happy. Black folks said, what are you doing? Why would you give this woman and all that she represents even that much attention? You betrayed the cause. And Mandela, in the only way that he could, in his incredible leadership, said, I want to show you what reconciliation should look like in this country. And that's why he did this. Our goal in restorative justice is to find a shared vision that does not demand uniformity, but offers the possibility of belonging and flourishing for all parties to a conflict. RJ is not only a prevention, it's also a disruption, and it's also a future vision casting process. And I'm going to stop here and open up for questions. Thank you.
Okay, so I love what was mentioned about local participation. I think that's where it starts. We often focus in the high participation, but local is so important. My question to you is, how do you identify those local leaders that are worth supporting? It's just so hard to know. They're often not as publicized. So how do you find those local causes to support?
Yeah, I mean, there's two ways to answer that. The one is, formally look for those who might be messaging in a way that you feel like, as I said, is a peace constituency, someone, an ally who's looking at the conflict and complexifying it and looking at it with two eyes. And if you have access to them, try to make relationship, make connection. At the same time, don't underestimate your ideas. You have ideas of how to work, and take those ideas to those people. Don't just go and ask them, what should I do? Take ideas to your friends, to your classrooms, to your families, to your neighborhoods, wherever you can find a platform, and try to build the idea. You don't have the best idea all by yourself, as I said. People can add to it and build and come to a place where, hey, we feel passionate enough, you and I, and maybe we know some few other people. Let's bring them in and ask them to bring in a few other people and start to work at that level. Now, there might be already structures in your local community who are trying to do this work, and it might be you just finding those and attaching yourself to those and giving of your time and your energy. That's another way, too. But however we can find a place to let our civic voice and passion be free, try to find it. If it means just getting together with the parties that you disagree with for coffee and saying, let's just do this. I want to sit, I want to listen to, I want to hear you out, and I want you to hear me out. Let's have coffee. And maybe that, I remember in Harrisonburg we had the Tea Party started to have there was a coffee hour to talk about the division way back in the early years when we were already alarmed. I don't know what we'd be now. And there was this public coffee call for us to come together to talk politics. And then the Tea Party, this was when the Tea Party was starting to come to power. They actually had candidates going into the Congress and stuff. Then the Tea Party said, well, we're going to have tea parties. You're going to have coffee parties, we're going to have tea parties. And then it ended up being everyone not talking to each other, but everyone talking within their own communities. So that fizzled and was not useful anymore. Unless we can bring people together who are truly representing that divide and trying to figure out how to work together, it's going to be hard to see change. Now, in many situations, like overseas, where we're in the midst of actual direct conflict and war, people are doing things, they're not even talking sometimes, but it's more like, let's set up emergency response committees and start to do humanitarian work or distributing food or working with refugees or in Nigeria when the Muslim-Christian violence erupted in Jos in 1997, I believe it was. They immediately, some of my colleagues brought Muslim and Christian leaders together and set up these crisis management committees to say, let's first of all stop the violence. When they realized they could work together, they realized now we can have some of the harder conversations around why are we killing each other as Muslims and Christians. But they had to first do something to build the trust and to build and have a place to say, hey, we can work together. Now what do we do about that? Thanks for that question.
I'll just talk. So you said finding people and then...
Oh,
okay. So you said finding people that are promoting peace. Like, what can we do to help you in, like, that aspect?
Me? Like,
yeah. Like,
you're
what...
personally asking me.
Because you're obviously, like, you're someone that is promoting this peace and just bringing more community. Like, what can we do to help you continue to bring more peace?
What I really need you to do is if I need you to do anything, is what I was saying just here. Work locally, because I don't think we're going to see the change here by anyone at different levels of society being one particular dynamic person doing peace or dynamic person speaking about peace or an activist leading a large, protest movements. That's good, but none of those are going to actually shift the system. The system's going to have to shift as local folks are pressing up. And that's from everything from how we vote and gerrymandering and how we write out, the voting, where we vote and how we vote and all of that. There's so many places where we need to be thinking together. And stuff is happening so quickly. It's ever changing. The violence system has this ability to continually change and throw us completely off kilter. We have to stay firm in saying we're gonna rebuild. But part of my idea on this moral imagination or trying to ignite your imagination is to go, we need to go back now. We cannot assume that democracy is sticking. We're going to need to go back and at a local level start talking about how do we respond. There are church groups, faith groups across the country who are coming together on what they call faith in action. They're choosing a particular subject, maybe something like immigration or the unhoused, and they start thinking about how do we solve some of these issues right here locally in Harrisonburg where I live, or in Charlottesville, an hour away. And that's the kind of thing that once that kind of movement is spreading, and it is all across the country, we just don't hear about it enough. Then the challenge will be how do we link those together and see the impact of that at the higher level as we push upwards. Yeah.
So you mentioned that when someone is empathetic, the response is empathy as well. I was curious, what are the limits to that? Sara mentioned a couple who lost their daughter, and the husband responded with radical forgiveness, and the wife was not willing. So I'm curious, what limits does that response of empathy have? What holds it back? And also, does that still hold true? Is there evidence of that working digitally?
Yeah. In the social setting, empathy, it doesn't always automatically work that way. As I said, research indicates that our brains are moving in that direction, but we've also been so socialized to isolate and to demonize that it may be very hard to express any of that empathy. And if that's not expressed, then you won't get a reciprocal response, usually. And so for sure. And empathy is not the same as forgiveness. That's another, the couple you mentioned around. Empathy can range from anything from, when I was working with child soldiers and I had this aha moment that said, I was horrified at what I was hearing. Most of them were drugged, fighting this horrendous wars. adult wars that they were forced to fight. They were traumatized because they saw their own families killed or their villages wiped out, etc. But the whole thing was just so horrific that it was hard for me to find the humanity there. And it was a moment where I had to look in the mirror and say, if I grew up in this same context, under these same circumstances, there's very likely enough darkness in my heart that I could definitely be doing what they're doing. And until I came to that point, it was really hard to sit in the fire with some of the stories I was hearing. But that became really important for me when I knew I was bracing myself to go into something. So that's a kind of empathy, to say just at a human level. Had I been raised in the same difficult, challenging, violent, direct violence that many of these young people, these young child soldiers had experienced, there's no reason why I wouldn't have responded potentially the same way.
I hate to interrupt this. If you're interested in carrying on these kinds of conversations, 5 o'clock this afternoon in the lake room here in the library, we will be having a reception. We'll take a quick break, and then in a couple of minutes we'll start up with the next session. And I'd like to give Carl an applause. Thank you for being here.
If everyone wants to take their seat, we can go ahead and get started with the next presentation. So my name is Richard Cho. I am in the political science department, and I am pleased to introduce our next speaker, Eleesha Tucker. Eleesha teaches in the general education requirement here at UVU in the American Heritage curriculum. Prior to coming to UVU, she served as the Director of Education for the oldest patriotic organization in the United States, the Society of the Cincinnati, formed by the officers of the Continental Army at the close of the Revolutionary War. She's also the Executive Director of the Utah 3 R's Project, which encourages understanding of the right of conscience, the responsibility to protect that right in others, and the civic duty to engage respectfully in civic discourse. Eleesha holds a Master of Arts in American Studies from Georgetown University and a Bachelor of Arts in History Teaching from Brigham Young University. Giving her presentation today, which is titled Identity, Dialogue, and Truth, Frederick Douglass and the Constitution as Common Ground, here is Eleesha Tucker.
All right, thank you for everyone for being here. So our case study is an American history case study as we're talking about the broader context of healing conversations and seeking peace building and reconciliation. I wanted to think more about us as Americans and how we feel really frustrated with our polarization, and that how we feel really divided, and how can we draw on historical examples in American history to kind of guide us in some decision making for us today, and to help us navigate our present by drawing on the past and people that have been successful in the past. So we may feel very divided today, but the time of the Civil War was much more divided. That people were impacted by violence, especially in the southern states, that 1 in 4 homes had lost somebody due to the violence, or they were either killed or maimed, men of military age, so fathers, brothers, and others. So you can imagine how everybody was severely impacted in many ways. And so Frederick Douglass, we're going to talk about him as an example of somebody who, as we can understand some strategies for peace building today, that he was just doing his thing at the time without this like guiding framework that's really developed at this moment. So the way we're going to talk about him is identity, mostly by how he told his personal story. And then we'll also talk about truth, how he claimed the natural rights tradition within the Declaration of Independence, that not just for white Americans at the time, but how he started to claim it for free people of color and then also enslaved people, and how he argued for that. So that's the truth that we're going to talk about. And then lastly, dialogue. He really had a journey on his constitutional understanding, and it was because he was in dialogue with other people as he advocated for the end of slavery. So we're going to talk about how that dialogue then led him on a journey for this constitutional understanding, and then how for him the Constitution became this common ground as this basis for a liberty foundation for people in the United States. So to start off, first part is about identity. So identity in how he told his story. So we're going to get into more about what his story is, that he escaped from slavery in 1838. But this is the first picture. It's a daguerreotype was the first photographs that were made at the time. It was like how it was photographed, and it's a daguerreotype if it's on like a glass screen. So it's like part of the process of how it's made. But this is the first known photograph of him, and he had it made. This is in 1841. He escaped slavery in 1838. And it was one of the first commercial studios, photography studios. So he was really this pioneer in getting his photograph taken. So the way that he ends up getting this taken is that when he does escape slavery, he eventually he goes to New York City, but then he goes to Massachusetts, and he attends this anti-slavery convention, and somebody there had known him and invited him to tell his story. So while he was at this convention, he tells his story, and a lot of people are moved by it, and then he's invited to start to speak and tell his story more broadly beyond this convention. And so through that process, he ends up coming to this studio where they're capturing his image. And so he's starting to utilize media, this emerging media at the time. So it'd be kind of like, for us as social media starting to emerge, somebody that's like really good at Twitter or really good at Facebook, or, now that where we are now, somebody that was really good, he's like, could be one of the first ones with a really good podcast that starts to get this following. So he's really capturing the media. But what he wanted to really communicate was not this caricature of people of color that he often saw. What he wanted to portray, one of the first parts, was this idea of a true art. True art meaning who the person truly was, and a true artist, or the photographer capturing it, captured who the person truly was, and that he was a dignified person who had his own independent thoughts and was worthy of respect. And so that's part of why he started this practice of always getting this photograph taken and then and allowing it to be spread. Where are we? Sorry, I'm working on. Yeah. So part of what we're going to talk about in this process of telling his own story and how he's telling his own story, or cultivating his narrative, that part of his intention was not just to tell his own story and to be this, respected as an individual, but also to help to humanize the experience of people of color and then also enslaved people. And as a response to the dominant understanding or belief at the time was that people of color were inferior intellectually, they weren't as capable of learning. And so by telling his story and who he was helping to change those dominant narratives or those dominant beliefs. And then also in telling a story, we're going to get to talking about his slave narrative, that it exposed the systemic violence that maybe people who are reading the narrative in the North don't understand how severe the violence was in this slave system. And so he, by telling his own story and his own experience about it, he's exposing this system of violence. And then lastly, we'll talk about how he claimed those natural rights. So I want to just share a few more pictures that he took that helped to share more of his story. So next we're going to get to talking about his first autobiography, which is his slave narrative. But this picture on the right was taken right before he published his narrative, and then he had to leave the United States. Because of the Fugitive Slave Clause, if you escaped slavery, then even if you were in a place where a state that didn't practice slavery, you could be trapped and then brought back to your enslaver. So once he published his narrative, then he got his picture taken and soon got on a ship and then went to the British Isles. And then this other picture is soon when he came back from the British Isles. And you can see how in both that he's looking directly at the camera. And it was his practice to have kind of this dramatic, kind of bold look to reflect his dignity. But also the practice at the time for enslaved people was that it was really defiant to have eye contact with your enslaver, so that they would look down and they would say, "Yes, sir," or and respond in a very deferential or respectful way. And so when he's having his picture taken where he's looking boldly at the camera, then he is defying that convention of saying, "I'm not an enslaved person, that I am worthy of respect, and that I'm worthy of having direct eye contact with you." So that's part of how he's communicating in these pictures he's taking. So Susan B. Anthony was one of the women's suffragists advocating for the women to get the right to vote, and she called this his practice of looking directly at the camera as capturing righteous wrath, because part of how she communicated that women should get the right to vote, it was like channeling their anger, and that she interpreted him to be practicing in the same way. So next, this is about his slave narrative. So part of what motivated him to write his slave narrative is as he's being asked to tell his enslavement story in Massachusetts and around while he's on this speaking circuit. We're going to talk about how he learned how to read, but he got so well read, he started to carefully study Shakespeare and also the King James Bible, and then also other English authors like Milton and Byron and others. And so it reflected his deep reading. He would then bring it into his speeches. So even his colleagues within the abolitionist movement, after a while, some started to suspect, was he actually ever enslaved? And so you could tell, like, this is a response to that dominant narrative of are enslaved people really capable of this higher learning? Because he's defying all of my expectations because he's so well read, he's so moving when he speaks, and he's drawing on this like as if he went to school, having studied the curriculum that other boys would have studied. So he felt like he wanted to write his story. And what the practice was, it was really common to write slave narratives at this time to tell the story of enslavement, but they'd be really fuzzy with the details because of the risk of that Fugitive Slave Clause implementation. But he chose to be really specific about the violence, and he chose to be really specific about naming names of who his enslavers were, and also where he lived in Maryland. So it was really clear on who he was escaping from, and then also in this making it public that who legally had the right to bring him back and continue to enslave him. So there were a lot of risks to this, and as we learned earlier with Sarah Cook's session talking about these like political risks and what would be the consequences, that he's really taking this risk that in wanting to tell his story, that he's also taking these great risks in doing it. But to him, in order to communicate this sense of dignity and to expose the violence of slavery, that he wants to be specific, and he wants the credibility so that people believe that he's not making his story up, that he's not just trying to be a famous speaker, but that he's trying to help to make changes in society to start to resist slavery. So part of what he tells in his narrative is how he learned to read. So Hugh Auld and Sophia Auld were his enslavers, and then Hugh's brother is named Thomas, and so sometimes they kind of traded him back and forth, like human property. Sophia and Hugh lived in Baltimore. So Sophia had never enslaved somebody before. So she starts to teach him letters. So when he was a boy, she starts teaching him letters, and then also how to read some basic words, putting the basic letters together. Well, when her husband finds out that she's doing this, then he's very angry. And the famous line in Douglas's narrative, he says that Hugh says that teaching a slave to read would forever unfit him to be a slave and to make him unmanageable. And so after this, Sophia starts to, she stops teaching him to read, and then she starts to be cold to him. She snatches newspapers away from him when he's trying to, practice the things that she had taught him. And so you can capture this moment of this woman who otherwise might have been more sympathetic and had treated him with kindness initially, but then she's living within this slave system, and how the slave system, or living within this system of violence, how it changes her behavior and what she deems as appropriate, and then it changes her behavior toward Frederick at the time. So at first, so Hugh believes that he's unmanageable, but what Douglas writes in his narrative is that instead of being discouraged by Hugh's response, that he thought it served as a revelation, that he realized that as his enslaver, he was so afraid of him learning, then literacy must be a powerful tool for freedom. So even as a young boy, and then ultimately as he gets older, he understands that if I continue to learn to read, then that's where I'm going to have a lot of freedom. And he later writes about how first the freedom came in his mind, and then the freedom came to his body when he eventually escapes slavery. So what he does while he's living in Baltimore is their house, they make a lot of biscuits. So he takes some biscuits, and when he's out and about, later he becomes a caulker for ships at the port. He switches with the poor white boys in the neighborhood. He gives them a biscuit if they're willing to teach him a little reading lesson. And so they'll teach him a little thing. He gives them the biscuit, and then he teaches himself. And then anything that he can see that he reads with the signs all around, he learns how to read. And so ultimately, by the time he's 20, then he is like fully literate and has escaped slavery at that point and starts getting his hands on more sophisticated reading and really starts to educate himself that way. But before he escapes slavery and starts to have access to those other resources, then Thomas Auld sends him to a man named Edward Covey, who is known as what's called a slave breaker. So somebody who is supposed to teach unruly slaves what their place is so that they are more obedient and they do the work as they're expected to do. So in his narrative, Douglas tells the story of how Edward, he collapses one day from heat exhaustion. It's Maryland, and it's in the summer, and it's really hot. And so Edward Covey beats him while he's passed out, and then, he's on the brink of exhaustion, and then on top of that gets beaten. So he is able to leave, and he walks several miles back to his enslaver's home, and he asks for protection. And the enslaver, who sent him there in the first place, sends him back. And so when he comes back, he fights Edward Covey. He describes how he draws the strength from inside himself, and he fights him for 2 hours. And Edward Covey is trying to get the other enslaved people around him to try to intervene and help to subdue Douglas, but they stand back and they don't participate. And so eventually Douglas bests him. And then after that, Covey is really worried about his reputation as a slave breaker, that some slave was able to overcome him. So after that, he just doesn't engage with him anymore, and he doesn't beat him or anything like that. So eventually, Douglas leaves Edward Covey's purview. And then later, he tries to escape, but then he's trapped and he goes to prison. Or goes to jail, and then he comes back home, and then eventually he is romantically involved with a woman named Anne Murray, and she is a laundress and a seamstress. So she helps him get a sailor's outfit. She also sells her feather bed to help him raise some money, to buy some train tickets for him. And then she also is friends with a free black man who is also a sailor, and sailors had more social mobility during this time. And she had got some papers documenting that he was free. So borrowed it from the free black friend. And so Douglas was able to escape on a train and ends up in New York City. And once he arrives, he says that I lived more in one day than a year in all of my slave life, just being able to be free and move about freely in the city. And then he also says that he felt like he escaped a den of lions. So while he is in New York and he eventually ends up in Massachusetts, we're going to come back to Garrison in a minute, but just to note that he meets William Lloyd Garrison, who's the editor of an abolitionist newspaper called The Liberator. And Garrison writes the preface to his narrative. And eventually, Douglas starts to feel like, he's the most compelling speaker that's within Garrison's orbit, and that Garrison and others feel like Douglas's job is like, you tell your slave story. But Douglas is starting to develop his own independent thought, and so he feels this tension of, well, you're trying to keep me in this box of like just telling my slave story, but I'm developing all these other ideas. So that's the beginning of starting to see a break later in their relationship, which we'll talk about. So just to get back to recap what we've talked about, so you can see how in telling his story that he's helping to humanize the story of people of color and enslaved people during his time, and how he's starting to challenge this dominant narrative that people of color are inferior. And then also how by telling the story of the violence that he experienced, how it helps people that aren't living day to day with that to understand what's happening. So next we're going to talk about how he started to, while he started to read more, he starts to learn about the American government system and this idea of natural rights and how he claims it for himself and for others. In doing that, while he escapes the United States because of this exposure of having written his narrative, while he's in the British Isles, he eventually ends up in Ireland. And there's great poverty and starts, then he writes about the poverty that he's seen. So while he's there, 1 million people that year die from eating these blighted potatoes. And then the next year, 2 million people die from starvation because their sustenance is mostly potatoes that they are growing, and they are no longer have the crop because of this blight that's happening around him. So while he's here, he often hears this analogy between the Irish and slavery, and he rejects this analogy because there's an analogy because of the British policies that are keeping the Irish people poor, is essentially. So his response is that slavery was not what took away any one right of property in man. So he's saying, like, the Irish, they're really diminished in their property, but that's not the same thing as slavery. He says it took man himself from himself, and it dooms him a degraded thing, ranks him with the bridled horse and the muzzled ox, and makes him a chattel personal. Chattel meaning a person that is considered property legally and has no rights. A marketable commodity. Had they anything like this in Ireland? And Douglas's response was no. So he starts to develop more this argument of how manhood, or meaning personhood, is that slavery robs you of it, and that this idea of personhood in yourself and owning yourself is this universal right that's related to this idea of natural rights that has taken root in the United States. And then he continues on this this idea of, like, owning yourself and being, having your manhood or having your personhood. So that was. He wrote about that when he came back from the British Isles. This is in 1852, so he's been back for a little bit. And so this is one of his some excerpts from one of his most famous speeches called "What to a Slave is the 4th of July." And the audience that he's giving this to is to a ladies' association in Rochester, New York, where they have invited him to speak on the 4th of July. And he says, no, I don't want to speak on the 4th of July. I want to speak on the 5th of July. So when he starts, he chastises them for inviting him to be the speaker and celebrating something that he feels like that he is not a part of in the celebration of their liberties. But he, at the same time as he's chastising them, he's also drawing on the principles of the Declaration and then later the Constitution, and says, like, you need to live up to these principles that are part of your legal structure. And he says, I have said that the Declaration of Independence is the ring bolt to the chain of your nation's destiny. So indeed, I regard it. The principles contained in that instrument are saving principles. Stand by those principles, be true to them on all occasions, in all places, against all foes, and at whatever cost. And he says, for the present, is it enough to affirm the equal manhood of the Negro race? It is not astonishing that while we are plowing, planting, reaping, erecting houses, constructing bridges, building ships, working on metals of brass, iron, copper, silver, and gold, that while we are reading, writing, and ciphering, acting as clerks, merchants, secretaries, having among us lawyers, doctors, ministers, poets, authors, editors, orators, and teachers, that while we are engaged in all manner of enterprises common to other men, living, moving, acting, thinking, and planning, living in families as husbands, wives, and children, and above all confessing and worshiping the Christian's God, and looking hopefully for life and immortality beyond the grave, we are called to prove that we are men. He says, would you have me argue that man is entitled to liberty? That he is the rightful owner of his own body. We have already declared it in the Declaration of Independence. Must I argue the wrongfulness of slavery? There is not a man beneath the canopy of heaven that does not know that slavery is wrong for him. So you can see how he's drawing on the ideas of the Declaration and the natural rights tradition to make the argument of why slavery is wrong. And then lastly, another example of how he does this. So this is after the Civil Wars ended, the 13th Amendment, which ends slavery, is passed. The 14th Amendment has passed Congress. The 14th Amendment gives citizenship to Americans, black and white men and women who were formerly enslaved, and then also anybody born in the United States after the passage of the 14th Amendment. So it's passed Congress, but it hasn't been ratified by the states yet. So at the same time, Douglas is advocating for black suffrage, and especially for suffrage meaning getting the right to vote, and especially for black men to get the right to vote. But he's making this argument of that black men are men, and they have the same protections and same manhood as recognized in the Declaration. It says, to be human is to be born equal, with an equal right to to participate in making and directing one's government. The fundamental and unanswerable argument in favor of the enfranchisement, meaning giving the vote, of the Negro, is found in the undisputed fact of his manhood. He is a man, and by every fact and argument by which any man can sustain his right to vote, the Negro can sustain his right to equally. So you can see how in the person and telling his story, and then also how he's drawing on this tradition of natural rights and the Declaration once he becomes well-read, that he starts to really own it for himself and then make that argument. So he goes from telling his own personal story, that he grows into this public advocate that is comes to be known as one of the most distinguished citizens in the United States. But it starts by telling his own story and exposing the violence of slavery and arguing against it using American political philosophy. Part of his advocacy, he eventually ends up meeting with President Lincoln, and in part of his advocacy, he recruits black men to the Union Army, but then he learns that they're not being treated very well. So they are not eligible for any kinds of promotions. They're paid way less than the white soldiers. And then also, they're not given the same protections as prisoners of war. So there's conventions during war at this time, and that if you're captured as a prisoner of war, then eventually you get room and board and taken care of, but the black soldiers are not getting this the same kind of protection. So he eventually meets with President Lincoln, and he's arguing of not just the injustice of these particular things, but how it violates the principles of liberty and equality that are within the Declaration and the Constitution. And so he doesn't hold back, and Lincoln's impressed with him because he also feels a commitment to the Declaration. And so from this interaction, they start to become friends over time because they feel commonly. So lastly, we're going to talk about dialogue and his commitment to a particular constitutional interpretation. So going back to Garrison, so Garrison believes in what's called political abstention, meaning that we do not vote, we don't participate in any way in this corrupted system that's pro-slavery. He believes the Constitution is pro-slavery, and that we would have no union with slaveholders, and that the Constitution is a covenant with death and agreement with hell, and that he is advocating for the North to secede or to break away from the Southern states. So this is in the 1840s. The secession of the Southern states doesn't happen until the 1860s. But he has this purity philosophy where you have no association with this corrupt system. So at first, Douglas believes, absorbs this philosophy and believes it and starts to practice it. But you start to see some breakaways with Douglas and his beliefs and practice in several different stages. So one of the times when he breaks away from Garrison is when he is in the British Isles. Some of his allies raise money to purchase his freedom from his former enslaver. And so he feels this dilemma of, well, if I allow this purchase to happen, what I'm saying is that it is right, or that it's acceptable that somebody can pay for another human being. And but if his freedom is purchased officially, then he has the independence to move freely, and he doesn't have the risk of being arrested and then brought back to his enslaver. So you can imagine Garrison and Garrison's allies believe like this on principle, do not do this. And so what do you think that he should do in this situation? Should he justify this long practice of purchasing people? So ultimately, Douglas, he accepts the money, and then they pay his former enslaver, and so now he's essentially a free man. So that's part of the break from Garrison. So what he develops, he starts to break more and more from this purist philosophy under Garrison to start to develop his own interpretation of the Constitution. So he starts his own newspaper called the North Star. So Garrison has the Liberator, and so Douglas starts the North Star, and that's where he starts to really work out publicly more of his ideas and publishes them. So ultimately, he believes that the Constitution is a liberty document. So in that speech, What to a Slave is the 4th of July, he calls it a glorious liberty document. And so he argues that in a plain reading of the Constitution, that it doesn't support overtly slavery, so we can use it as this foundation to make these changes in society, and because it doesn't specifically guarantee slavery, then we can use it as this foundation to build a better future. And so where this plain reading comes from is that there's the word slave in the Constitution was never used by the framers and convention because the northern states are gradually ending slavery while during the time of the Constitutional Convention, while the southern states are holding on severely to slavery. So they really tried to make this delicate balance to try to find some kind of union while not really offending the people that are in the room over slavery. So James Wilson writes the stylized version of the Constitution. So after there's all these agreements that are made, later he helps to write up the text. And James Wilson's wife is a Quaker. She's a member of the Society of Friends. And they have a radical commitment to gender equality, even during this time in the 18th century. And that people are children of God and that they have worth. So he uses, when James Wilson writes up the text, he doesn't use the word slave, he uses the word person. So in many cases, it's other persons or a person that is in service is the wording that is around the Fugitive Slave Clause. So because of that language that ends up in it reflects in the Constitution reflects this personhood of even when they're referring to slaves, then they also have this person, this language of personhood within the Constitution. So Douglas is pointing to that, saying that we have this foundation of liberty within the Constitution. So instead of rejecting it and considering it pro-slavery, that we can actually have this commitment to the Constitution as this glorious liberty document to help provide this foundation for us to make change in our society now. And then he helps to, he has influence over adding what's known as the Reconstruction Amendments, so ending slavery, citizenship for freed people, and then also eventually having black men the right to vote at the time. So if he had stuck to Garrison's philosophy, he would never have been able to do his public advocacy, speaking for against slavery and having black men the right to vote. And then also he never would have met with Lincoln because Lincoln, for much of his presidency, was not trying to end slavery. He was just trying to keep the Union together. So later toward the end of his presidency is when he was making all the changes about releasing the Emancipation Proclamation and having some more anti-slavery practices and policies. So if he had the Garrison approach, he never would have befriended Lincoln and wouldn't have had the influence over eventually getting the rights for people of color in the United States. So ultimately, so we're up to the conclusion. So by choosing to see the Constitution not as a pro-slavery compact like the Garrison interpretation, but as a glorious liberty document, Douglas did something radical. He claimed the American founding for himself and other people of color. He shifted from arguing that the American system was inherently evil to arguing that the American people were simply failing to live up to the magnificent truth of their own natural rights philosophy. So toward the end of his career, this last part of living up to our ideals is more of what his focus is because slavery has ended. So living up to our to what our ideals are. So lastly, what does all this mean for us? So we can look back to Douglas as he told his story, and by telling his individual story, then it started to give him influence for others, and that we can do that. So if we are willing to share our perspectives and to share our stories in a political environment that's very divided, that if we're willing to speak up and share with others, then it could be very diffusing. That if somebody has a stereotypical view about somebody like you, then by engaging in conversation, it helps to humanize it through telling your story. Then also, and as we have this shared commitment to our founding ideals of the natural rights tradition, and then also this common ground of the Constitution, that we're all American citizens, and when we have this commitment that instead of seeing others as the enemy, that they're actually fellow Americans that are within this shared system that's established on a liberty framework. And then lastly, Douglas had his journey through dialogue with other people, and that it's not a weakness to try to understand other people, and you can allow it to influence you, but you can also just not allow it to change your opinions, but just to understand other people. So there's this commitment to dialogue. So that is, those are my thoughts for today. So. So if you're in my class, this is our attendance code for today. This is Frederick Douglass's initials. So we have a few moments for questions if anybody's interested. I was talking with Carl. He's read Frederick Douglass's narrative, if you have any thoughts, but anybody else have any questions?
Thanks, Eleesha, for that. That was really powerful. I found what you were sharing around Douglas's reframing of the Constitution and kind of his understanding of this, magnificent sort of freedom document that bonds all Americans together is just a really interesting reframing, for that particular point in our history. Do you see ways that we can do that now in a different way? So it feels like, in some ways, the Constitution's becoming much less of a sacred text in terms of informing how we govern the nation. And so I'm just curious, is there, do you see any modern ways that we can kind of recenter the Constitution and this kind of notion of it pulling us all together into kind of a sacred unit, if you will? Are there ways we can do that differently in our modern context that would be reflective of how he reused or reframed the Constitution?
Yeah. I'm going to latch on two words that you used of like reframing and recentering. I don't think, in previous generations, we kind of took the Constitution as a given. But now, because of, as was mentioned before with social media, that it's, there's so much othering that happens on social media, and there's not really the shared tradition. So if we can recenter it to be something that we, the person you're disagreeing with on social media, that they come from a shared tradition and not this othering tradition, regardless of what they're saying, and that it's not so much that we're trying to draw out bits and pieces from the Constitution to justify whatever our desired outcome is, but it's more of an understanding of a shared principles and shared commitments and, a shared political tradition, that if we have that common ground of starting point, then we don't really need to reframe it. We just need to recommit that we're in it together in a way, instead of being in our different echo chambers and our different tribes, that we're all one tribe, and then we're deciding on policies moving forward, but that there should be this common ground of shared values as Americans. Yeah. Any other questions?
Just following up on that other question, you suggest this return to shared values. How would you propose doing that, given where we're at now?
Well, I'm an educator, so when I'm not in class, I'm spending most of my time teaching like middle and high school teachers, which influenced my question earlier with Sarah's session about like in Northern Ireland, how are students, kids learning about the conflict, that when we learn, there's so many different ways of teaching history. So is history like just the heroes, like George Washington was amazing, he, was next to God and had no faults? Or is he just, as Garrison would say, George Washington was in hell because he was an enslaver? So understanding people as people and learning the reality of them without demonizing them, but then also having the shared tradition that's taught, at middle school and high school, where we have this like shared commitment, and that when we learn about the Declaration and the Constitution when we're young and when we're older, like at UVU, the class that my class is here is American Heritage, which is a general education requirement. So all students at UVU have to take American Heritage, which is a mix of American history and economics and citizenship and civic education, so that there's a commitment to helping rising Americans have this commitment to being an engaged citizen. So when at the national level, we're really put off by what our options are, but that at the local level, that we can be engaged, make differences in our community, and that I don't just have to check out and be apathetic and feel powerless because of what I learned in school and the way I learned it, and then what I'm seeing on social media, but that you actually have this tradition that you've been taught to be rooted in shared civic participation, shared respect with people that are different from you, and then also a commitment to separation of powers and checks and balances within our constitutional system, and that we understand the Constitution so that when our leaders are making decisions that are going outside the norms and also violating the Constitution, that enough people know to push back on that and to say, I appreciated earlier there was the mention of we tacitly give permission to our political leaders, that what we allow is giving them permission. So what we push back on is saying, this is where we draw the line, and that we're not going to vote you back in. So if enough people are committed to this shared tradition of respect and values and constitutional commitment, then we're not giving permission to our leaders to step outside of those norms and those bounds. But if we're not committed to that, and we just want our tribe to win, and we just want our point of view to be imposed regardless of whether it goes through traditional processes of our system, then we are not gonna have this shared inheritance passed on to the next generation in a successful way. And then we end up laying the groundwork for conflict that then goes to violence instead of shared freedom. Yeah. Any other? Okay.
Eleesha, thank you for that great presentation and bringing in Frederick Douglass in that way. We appreciate it greatly. We'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back for our next session. And this will be one where those of you who... You want to announce the pizza. That's what I was just doing. Michael is anxious to promote pizza today, so... If you are interested, we do have pizza for the next session, so you'll get lunch as a kind of bonus to an excellent presentation as well. And we'll start at 1 o'clock.
There you go.
Yeah. Hello. Oh, jeez. Hi. My name's Michael Good. I'm an associate professor in the Department of History and Political Science. I'm also with Peace and Justice Studies. And it's my distinct pleasure to introduce the next panel for this conference. It's my dear friend and colleague in Peacebuilding, Ray Carizzi. This panel is entitled Creating the Container, Engaging in Dialogues We Would Rather Avoid. Ray is an attorney, mediation trainer, and certified mediator of civil, criminal, elder, and family disputes. She is the founder of Caldera Dialogue and Consulting Services, an organization that assists clients with the development of conflict management programs, change management, grievance processes, and community dialogue. Ray, additionally, is an adjunct professor at Loyola University Chicago School of Law, where she teaches mediation, arbitration, and negotiation, was previously the programs director at the Center for Conflict Resolution in Chicago, our shared home city, a position that she held for 10 years. So without further ado, please welcome Ray Carizzi.
Thank you, everyone. I got the coveted with the pizza spot this year, so I'm feeling very proud. I feel like I got promoted. So like Michael said, my name is Ray Carizzi. It's my pleasure to be here at UVU once again, a place that I've come to have such a love and softness for. And I was thinking about the fact that I've had the opportunity to come here for 5 years, which means that there are students that I met who were freshmen who were not here, which is just like so incredible to think that this event has been happening for this long and that there's a whole new generation of students that are a part of our work and dialogue and the goals we have for the conference today and the workshops tomorrow. And I'm really grateful that you're all here with me. So I know Michael did that. I forgot he was going to name some of my stuff, but I want to give you a little bit of a sense of my background as we start talking about this work. So I currently have my own dialogue and consulting practice where I work all over the country and in other countries, and I work primarily in the United States, and I'm in the upper Midwest. So I divide my time between Madison, Wisconsin, and Chicago, Illinois. But it won't surprise you to learn that the overwhelming majority of conflict resolution and peace-building work is done virtually these days. There's a whole lot of Zoom in my career in a way that there absolutely wasn't 10 years ago. Since 2010, I've been a part of the Center for Conflict Resolution in Chicago, which is Chicago's community mediation center. It's the second largest in the country after New York's Peace Institute. And I was a volunteer there, and then I was on the staff for 11 years, and I'm a volunteer there again. And then I got my JD at Loyola University in School of Law, where I'm an adjunct professor. So I teach alternative dispute resolution and mediation. For many years, I used to teach international commercial arbitration and take students to the largest international legal competition in the world in Vienna. I don't do that anymore, but I did get to do that for a long time, which sort of helped in building sort of a global legal citizenry for me as part of my experience. And then for many years, I taught professional identity formation. So, all right, in the last presentation, Eleesha was talking about the Constitution and how we see the Constitution and what we think about the Constitution. And professional identity formation is this really interesting class. It's the first 5 weeks of law school. And if you're not familiar with this, when you become an attorney, you take an oath. So at the start of law school, you take an oath about the type of student that you're going to be. But when you become an attorney, you take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and of the state in which you are earning your licensure. And we know that the Constitution and those laws, they aren't always used for good. They might not always identify with systems that we want to be a part of or the type of work that people go to law school to do. And so this course asks law students at the beginning of their law career, what kind of an attorney do you want to be? Because you're going to take an oath to uphold a Constitution at the same time that the Constitution might be used to write laws that you actually want to change, right? You want to evolve, you think shouldn't exist. And so it's a really exciting and exhausting way for first-year law students to sort of tackle some of those ideas. And that's sort of the framework that I have. When I was a law student, I became a volunteer mediator. And so I was really getting a JD as a tool for dispute resolution. That is not what happens to most people with legal experience who end up in the dispute resolution, conflict resolution, peace-building world. The overwhelming majority of them are what I call disenchanted attorneys. So these are typically people that practice in the legal profession for years, if not decades, and then are like, I hate it here. I don't want to do this anymore. Or they realize, I'm settling 90% of my cases anyways. Why am I even bothering to litigate, right? Like, I want to work towards settlement on the front end. My work at the Center for Conflict Resolution was very specific because I worked in what's called a facilitative mediation model. And that's for those of you that have studied some negotiation and mediation, it's a very specific framing where we're doing no advice, opinion, or assessment on the part of the mediator. So the mediator is responsible for creating an opportunity for other people to have a focused and productive conversation about whatever's going on for them. And this is a really common model that we see in community mediation centers. It was very popular in the late 70s and early 80s. And the mediators are supposed to be impartial. The idea is that the folks who are inside the conversation are best suited to resolve it, and that my solution to your problem is no solution at all. That's a real lesson in humility when you think of yourself as a brilliant problem solver who would love to tell people what to do, which is my jam. I thought when I said I was going to become a mediator that people were going to come to me and be like, Ray, here's this problem we have. And I'd be like, let me share my wisdom with you. I'm so glad you're here. And that's really not how the profession works. The idea is, especially in this type of model where I worked for a very long time, the idea is that what's important to the people who are inside the conflict is far more important than what seems like an obvious solution to me, because I don't have to live in it. So when we think about mediation, and I'm talking specifically about mediation, but I want to branch this out to sort of a larger lived experience, there are 4 values that are absolutely central. And if we don't have these things, we really don't have a mediation on our hands. So we want self-determination. So that means that the parties themselves are going to make the decision about what happens for them. And inside that, party autonomy, which means that the parties to the mediation are sort of operating independently. They're not under any undue influence. There's a whole part of the process in my mediation process where we do a lot of checking for duress. We want to make sure that people aren't, feeling like they have to settle or that they even have to participate. Mediation is confidential. And the mediator is impartial. So there's a word that's missing from this slide that used to be on this slide and used to be a word that we used a lot when we were talking about mediation, but the profession has changed. And you'll notice there's nothing about neutrality here. And in fact, our updated policies on mediation, our processes, our best practices, our ethical standards, none of them include the word neutrality. Because we've come to recognize as a profession that we're not neutral. People aren't neutral, and it's almost absurd to suggest that we should do work where we have no opinion. And there are very few things that require the type of intervention of a professional third party that you would have no opinion about whatsoever. And so really, instead of neutrality, what we talk about is the idea of impartiality. That while I care that parents take care of their children, I don't really care if the parents in front of me do pickup at 5:30 or 6 on Wednesdays, right? That has no impact on me. My job is to help them figure out the best type of plan for them. And so we talk about impartiality. There's also a really beautiful theory that I love, which is that instead of being impartial, sometimes it's our role to be omnipartial. So it's not that I don't care about either of you, it's that I care the same about both of you. And sometimes that approach can be very effective for this work that I'm going to talk about, where we talk about holding space and making the container where people can do the work they need to do. I firmly believe and have believed for a very long time that both relationships and systems are improved by going to hard places. But I am a hyper-collaborative extrovert, and this is an exhausting request if you're anybody but me, right? Because I want to talk about everything. I want to live with everyone I've ever met, and I think we should have a really long conversation about what kind of bread box we get. That's taxing, right? People are like, please just buy one. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have a big, long dialogue, right? All of my roommates have experienced this challenge of me. And I still am nervous to go to a hard place, to go to someone that I love, to go to someone that I respect and say, we need to have this hard conversation. I need to give you critical feedback or get critical feedback. I am still apprehensive about it. I'm getting a little anxious thinking about it. If you sent me a text today that said we need to talk, it would be the only thing I thought about until we spoke, right? Like that kind of an anxiety. And yet I firmly believe we should have that hard conversation because I think we'll be better for it. And so in my work at the Mediation Center, a big part of my job was convincing people to refer cases to me and then convincing people that mediation would be helpful for them. And when you love something and you really believe in it, it's so easy to forget what a hard ask it is of people, right? So I know the power of a productive and focused conversation at the hands of a trained mediator. I know how beneficial that can be even when people don't settle their dispute. I know how much it can help them. But that means that sometimes when you become a professional, you can be a little blasé about it, and you're kind of like, just come in trust me, you're gonna love it, right? Even though if I made you all sit down for 4 hours with someone you were arguing with, that's actually a pretty rough way to spend the afternoon. And so I have this belief, I recognize its limitations in myself. I'd been practicing for nearly a decade when I was invited into a mediation as a party. And for years, I had spoken to thousands of people on the phone and heard them say, I don't have a problem. She has a problem. Like, I'll go, but this isn't about me. I'm perfectly fine. She's the problem. And when I got asked to go to mediation, the first thing I said was, I mean, I don't have a problem. She has a problem. And I thought, I owe all those people an apology. They were so sincere. I thought they were kind of not taking responsibility, but it's so easy to feel that way, that like, I'm not the problem. So even though I really believe this, I really, really want it for other people, I still have my own very natural reservations when it comes to my own work. And so in my experience as a mediator, you know, I've seen lots of people butt heads, like my animals are doing here, but I've also seen people come up with like truly revolutionary disputes. So where I've worked in about 25 different case types. So that's like a lot of different conflicts that might show up at my door for mediation. And one of my favorite programs is a juvenile restorative justice program that's been around since the early 90s in the city of Chicago that takes first-time offending teenagers and gives them an opportunity to sit down with the person who's listed as the victim and then their parent or guardian. And one time I had a case with a teenager who had been arrested for tagging. So he had spray painted on like where the trains are, right? And so we had a representative from the city who was there, and it was like, look, this is expensive, it's dangerous, it has all these consequences. And then I've got this 15-year-old who, and in the city of Chicago, spray paint actually can't be legally sold. So you don't see it on shelves as a deterrent to tagging. So you have to go to the suburbs to get spray paint. And I remember turning to this teenager and saying, well, tell me what happened for you. And he said, well, I found the spray paint and I'd never used that medium before, because he was an artist. And he was like, for him, he was like, I'm experiencing a new medium. And for the city, it was like, here's this dangerous kid, you know, tagging property. And so I remember the representative from the city, the man was like, did you say medium? You know, like it was such a new way to think about it. And I thought, oh, look at this beautiful, sweet kid. I love him so much. You know, this is going to be fine. And then I turned to his dad and I was like, how's this been for you? And he said, I'm not stupid. And I didn't raise you to be in a gang. And if you got arrested for spray painting, it's because you're in a gang. And I don't respect you anymore. And it turned out the father actually had not been speaking to his son. They were not speaking. They hadn't spoken in weeks, almost months, because of how angry the father was with his son. And he wasn't buying for a minute this like sweet artist story that I and the other person in the room were buying, were believing. And so it was really fascinating because I realized the conflict, the work, the relationship, the conversation, it wasn't between this representative from the city and this teenager, right? It was really between the teenager and his father. And that's where we did the most work that day and had the most incredible conversation. They had this beautiful conversation about like, what would it take to rebuild trust and respect, and what did they both need to do, and how would their relationship evolve into adulthood? And it was so beautiful. And there is this phenomenon of being a mediator or a peacemaker, which is that there's this endlessly moving privilege to be in spaces with people who are in conflict, because they are so vulnerable and they're really laid bare. And when you're doing that work of creating the space for them to show up and have these hard conversations, they have to trust you. And they sort of trust you inherently based on your role and your responsibilities. And I remember thinking, I almost had no right to this family's story, and I was being told it. It was so powerful. So I was embedded in conflict constantly. In my career, I oversaw about 100,000 cases, which is a lot of mediations. And, your expertise builds over time. And I didn't set out to become an expert in community conflict and community mediation, but I ended up one. And a lot of my work wasn't just being in the room mediating, but I was also developing the programs and the systems and trying to figure out, how do we determine if a case is a good fit for mediation? How do we do updates? How do we get money to do this work, right? Developing grants and appealing to funders, things like that. And with all of these thousands of cases a year, myself and my team of case managers, there's all these steps that had us just so close to people who were involved in the kind of conflict that keeps you awake at night, right? So cases require intake, screening, scheduling, managing the referrals, managing referral partners. And then at a community mediation center, I had hundreds of volunteer mediators. So they need support with every case, right? And the volunteer management. And I used to say that work, it was like a nesting doll, right? So you've got the people in conflict in the very center, and then you have the mediator around them holding space for them. And then they would have a case manager holding the space for them. And then there would be me, right? And then around me was sort of the rest of the organization, sort of creating this really, really safe, small space for people to unpack and solve their conflicts. And then, of course, it bled into my personal life. So when you become an expert in something, you start to see it everywhere, right? So especially if there's something that you're studying. I remember my first semester of law school, you study torts, and I was walking my dog, and I was like, if that pot falls, that's going to be negligence. You just sort of start to see the thing everywhere. And so that means that a lot of people in my life were coming to me with their conflicts, and I couldn't just listen to someone's story, right? I'd be like, have you thought about what's really motivating you? And I remember when I was certifying to become a mediator, and I was thinking about, how do we move people from positions to their interests and understand what's happening for them? And my roommate of 5 years came into the kitchen, and we were talking, and I said to her, totally sincerely, what is it about leaving dishes in the sink that's important to you? And she said, I don't know what this is, but I'm not doing it. And she laughed, which was the right choice, right? Because I was like, right, you kind of see it everywhere. And again, like I said, that's exhausting for other people. So I had this work where I was working in mediation, and then in 2020, the way I was doing that work really expanded. And I've actually spoken about this project in the past when I've been here. But in 2020, the city of Chicago put together a use of force working group, which was about 35 members of the community, including people who had experienced their own violence or family member violence or death at the hands of the Chicago Police Department, as well as politicians who were in support of CPD and members of the police department. And the city of Chicago was then and still is under a consent decree when it comes to its police department and police policies. And this was one of the things that the city has to do. And I was appointed to facilitate this working group on the same day that George Floyd was murdered. So that's the climate under which it was the summer of 2020. We were doing it all virtually, right? It's, everyone's sort of at home. And We're having like an active civil rights movement. And then also in Chicago, we were experiencing riots. So there were protests and riots, and sometimes they were the same event, and sometimes they were separate events. And so I would have people, in my weekly meeting who were recovering from having been pepper sprayed. And I would have police officers who'd been working for 5 days straight without a break. And now they were here to, like, online 2 hours to try to have a conversation about this police policy. And this is, for me, when that idea of impartiality and neutrality really, really showed up. Because I don't feel neutral about policing, and I don't know anybody who does one way or the other, right? I don't know anybody who's like, I don't really care if we have cops or not, right? Everybody has some kind of opinion. They're usually quite complicated. And so I was having this conversation with myself about whether or not I was the right person to do this work at the time. And I went to a mentor of mine and I said, I don't know if I should keep this project. And he gave me really beautiful advice. And he said, if you think you can do more for whatever you think it is that needs to be done in another capacity, then you should step down and someone else will do this work. Someone else will do this work. That was a huge lesson for me in that moment. Sometimes we are not well suited for this labor, for this peacemaking, for this particular situation. And there are other people who can do the work. But I thought about it and I thought, even though I might have my own thoughts about what I think this policy should be or how soon I think a cop should have to file paperwork after they discharge a weapon, I have ideas about that. I don't think that my ideas are the most important ideas. I was like, these people that I'm facilitating this group for, who have much more lived experience and much more real experiences, either having been officers or experiencing the police department, what they think, I think, is most important. And so I kept the project and I facilitated it, and it really was one of the greatest privileges of my career. And then I ended up doing other work around police policy and police procedure, where I was working to gather community input to help the city and the police department frame their policies. And one of the big questions that was standing out for me a lot was, how do I do this kind of work without influencing the outcomes? So how do I make sure that I'm as impartial as possible, maybe as neutral as possible, but that I'm not trying to make sure that what I want to have happen happens? And then also this type of work, all of this type of work, is grueling. And it takes a lot out of a person. When we mediate, when you're the peacemaker, mediator, professional holding the space, my experience is always that, you start a session at 9:30 and all of a sudden it's 2:15, right? Because you're so focused on what's happening, you end up sort of falling out of time. And when that happens, you can leave a lot of yourself in the space. And then the other part of it that happens is sometimes the case, I always say it gets stuck in my belly. So I mediated for a teenager, for a kid 17 years ago. I think about him all the time. I've never looked him up because I don't actually want to know what happened to him. His mom had recently passed. He was in a really challenging situation, and he'd been in a car with a bunch of other teens that stole a car, and he was the slowest, so he got arrested, and the rest of them got away. Yeah, he was the slowest gazelle, he got caught. And it was he and the man who owned the car and his aunt who was his new guardian. They ended up having one of these breathtaking, beautiful conversations. But I think about him all of the time, and so how do I do that work without influencing it, without carrying it around with me everywhere all the time so that it weighs me down, right? And without leaving my favorite parts of myself in my professional community spaces and then having nothing left for myself and the people that I love, right? When Carl Stauffer spoke earlier this morning, and he was talking about a colleague of his, right, that talked about when the hope gets heavy, right? How do I not weigh down the hope through the act of doing this work? And so when I was starting my own practice, I was considering, I wasn't under this decades-old organization anymore. How did I want to show up? What did I have to offer? What could that look like? And I realized I was really tired. I was really sick of being in spaces with people who were in conflict. And there was a time in my career where my appetite to support people was bottomless, and I was full. I was like, I am satiated. And I learned that because I was mediating a case between a landlord and a tenant, and a small voice inside of me said, I don't care about either of these guys. And I was like, I shouldn't be in the room, right? Like oops, I shouldn't be here. Just because I have the experience, just because people would bring me in, I might not be well suited for it if I don't have like the call of the song of the work. And so when I was building my own practice, I was thinking about, what do I think my responsibilities are? And so my business is called Caldera. And it's interesting because lots of people are like, oh, yes, I know exactly what that is. At some point in my life, I was obsessed with volcanoes. And other people are like, I thought it was your last name. So a caldera, it's not. A caldera this is a caldera. This is the part of a volcano at the very top. It's a crater that is created after there has been an eruption, which I really love. It's the space that's left. So if you've ever hiked a volcano like there's smoke coming out when they're active, that's coming out of the caldera. It's this bowl at the top. And my family is from the island of Milos in Greece, which is one of the Cyclades islands. And they're all created from, they're all volcanoes or the remnants of volcanoes. And so a lot of those islands have a big caldera in them. And the word comes to us from calderia, which is Latin, and it means boiling pot. And in Spanish, it means, right, a pot. And it's also where we get the word cauldron, right? And so I just really loved this idea, and credit to my older sister who suggested it, or she'll be furious if she doesn't know she gets her credit, but credit to my oldest sister for the idea. But this idea that my job and my work was going to be about creating the container, right? And what that could look like. And so when I had my logo created, they also added, my designer, she had the idea to also add the olive branch, right? As this sort of universally understood symbol for peace and peacemaking, and then also as a nod to my Greek heritage. So then I thought, okay, great, now I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna create containers. But the interrogation for me didn't end there. And so it's helpful for me to think about the fact that sometimes I'm responsible for creating a container and holding that space for other people. That I'm not a part of this conversation. I'm probably not a part of the community. I'm being brought in to support the efforts and to help create that container where other people can do the heavy lifting. And sometimes we end up engaging in dialogue where we're responsible for the space and also we are part of the dialogue. For me, the place that shows up the most in my life is with my mother. We don't agree about much at all, right? And so if we're gonna have a hard conversation, I can't just say everything I wanna say. Right? If I want it to be an engagement, I have to really think about how I show up in the space and during the conversation. Sometimes that's impossible for me. Sometimes we can't do both. Sometimes there are issues that I feel too strongly about or that I'm too closely identified with, that I love too much or hate too much, that I can't be a voice in the room and create the container. I have to recognize that limitation. I'm very good at my job, and it doesn't mean that I should be able to hold every space every time. And sometimes we can't do either. And that, for me, is a very new lesson. Because I believe in going to hard places, and I think it's really important, and I think it's worth it, and it's getting heavy. It's getting hard to do. Sometimes I'm learning as I get deeper into middle age, I don't want to always do that engagement. And so now I have to think about, what do I need so that I can show up my absolute best, and that I'm taking the right kind of cases, that I'm moving into the right kind of spaces, and then a big part of my work is creating other mediators and peacemakers and professionals. So what are my responsibilities to them? So when we talk about creating the container, a big thing that I'm talking about is the idea of readiness. And one of my heroes in this process recently has been an artist and activist named Tricia Hersey, who's in Chicago. And she wrote a book called Rest is Resistance. That's a typo, my apologies. Rest is Resistance. She has an organization called the NAP Ministry. And she brings people together to sleep in public spaces. And she has this theory that we are entitled to rest because we are alive. I'm not from Utah. I'm from the Midwest. But we don't have that theory there, right? We have a theory that if you work really hard forever, maybe you can rest a little at the end of your days, right? Like we don't have that theory. And this was so challenging to me. Her work, I want so badly to believe you, and I don't, right? And I was talking to my mother about it, and I was saying, no, this idea that I'm entitled to rest, that I don't have to earn it, that I deserve rest, and everything else I do will be better for having been well rested. And my mom was like, I have no idea what you're trying to say to me. And I was like, okay, what I'm saying is I don't have to clean my entire house to be allowed to light a candle and read a book. I could just light this candle and read a book. And my mother stood up from the table and said, that's ridiculous, and left the room. And we've never discussed it again. But I remember thinking, no wonder I'm having a hard time with this concept, right? This is almost anathema to part of the central value system I was raised in. And one of the tools that Tricia Hershey has built is called the rest deck. And it's just a deck of cards that has different ideas in it. And when I was making the slides, I pulled one just to get a little inspiration, right? And this says, rest is my foundation to build, invent, restore, and imagine the world I want to see. So thinking about being ready to do this work, they don't just have to burst onto the scene because I've got the right training, has been really powerful for me. Another place that I've been taking inspiration is from art, including poetry. And I know this font is really tiny, and we're good on time, so I'm going to have you bear with me while I read you a poem. I brought these and everything. So this is The Summer Day by Mary Oliver. You're likely to recognize the end. Who made the world? Who made the swan and the black bear? Who made the grasshopper? This grasshopper, I mean. The one who has flung herself out of the grass. The one who is eating sugar out of my hand. Who is moving her jaws back and forth instead of up and down. Who is gazing around with her enormous and complicated eyes. Now she lifts her pale forearms and thoroughly washes her face. Now she snaps her wings open and floats away. I don't know exactly what a prayer is. I do know how to pay attention, how to fall down into the grass, how to kneel down in the grass, how to be idle and blessed, how to stroll through the fields, which is what I have been doing all day. Tell me, what else should I have done? Doesn't everything die at last and too soon? Tell me, what is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life? And I think, and Mary Oliver, she passed a handful of years ago, but she's a contemporary American poet. She writes a lot about nature and its simplicity and its beauty and the lessons it has for us. But this idea of rest as something so powerful and so profound is when I found myself really inspired by lately. So one of the other pieces for me in creating the container and doing the work is recognizing my own central values. I love the theory that the first thing we think is what we were taught to think. And the second thing we think is what we actually think. So when I get met with that rest idea and I go, I could never, I'm not allowed to rest. It's like, hold on, do I actually think that? Or is that something someone else taught me? And a great example for me of a central value and an identity is, I mentioned earlier, my grandfather immigrated from Greece. I was very close to my father until he passed away when I was in my early 30s, who had been close to his father. And so culturally, we're Greek, but we don't speak Greek. We just eat a lot of Greek food, right? We have, and of course, owned a restaurant, right? Like all Greek families. And so, but after my father had passed, and long after my grandfather had passed, I learned about this Greek concept of philotimo, which is one of those beautiful things that doesn't translate perfectly into English, right? But it translates to mean love of honor. And it's really this complex value, this idea that there's pride and honor, almost tastefulness intact, that we have a duty to one another around care and kindness, that we have a communal responsibility, that we are in a beautiful community with one another, and that starts in your family of origin, but is true for all of your people and all the people that you know. And what was so interesting to me about this is when I learned about this concept, I realized it was a thing I had and that I had been taught, but I didn't even have a word for it. Right? And so I was deeply into my 30s when I was learning, like, oh, this is a central value about how I make decisions and how I want to frame the world. And there was a word for it that I didn't even know was out there the whole time. And so a big part of my work, and if you happen to be with me tomorrow, if you're coming to the workshops, a big part of my work in the past few years has been around the idea of values and identities and how that influences not just how I show up in the world, but how I show up in these hard conversations and how I show up when I'm the healer in these healing spaces. One other piece to think about is creating really intentional engagement in dialogue. So this here is called the Thomas Kilmann Conflict Mode Instrument, sometimes referred to as the TKI. And you might have seen this if you've studied any dispute resolution or conflict engagement. And this is a model that I really like. I think it's really accessible about the different ways we tend to show up in conflict, right? Competing, collaborating, compromising, avoiding, and accommodating. And I lift this up as a tool because I think understanding how people are going to show up, what approaches we expect them to use, how we're showing up ourselves can be really, really impactful. And what's amazing, and if you Google this, you can take a free assessment online, and the TKI, really teaches us, we all have access to all of these approaches. What changes is the circumstance and the relationship to the other person. That influences how we show up. And so, just having this kind of tool, this kind of understanding, recognizing we don't have to show up the same way every time, and understanding how people are showing up. If I've got a case and everybody's showing up competitively, they're just there to win, they're not interested in getting new information, we're not gonna resolve it today, right? My responsibility is to go, I'm gonna call this early. I'm going to save us all some time. I'm going to give everybody some homework. We're going to come back in 2 weeks. Let's try again, right? Because no one's in the place that we don't have the right readiness. We're not ready to learn. We're not ready to change our approach. For me, there's also a really important piece of self-assessment when I go into productive dialogues. So I have to think about, as I alluded to earlier, am I the right person for this role? And a responsibility of mine as a practitioner, especially at this point in my career, is to make sure that I am building a deep network of people that can be a resource if I'm not. If I'm not the right person, right? If you're like, oh, we were really hoping that it could be like a 30-year-old guy. I'm like, I got one of those, right? What are you looking for? What identities do you need? What type of experience are you looking for? Because if I can't meet that need, my work as a peacemaker, as a conflict engager, is not to go, sorry, I can't help you, best of luck, right? It's to connect you to someone else who might be able to support. I have to think about my own capacity for this conversation. I take way less cases in my personal practice than I ever thought I would, because in many ways I used up a lot of that appetite. And so there are really specific types of cases that I really enjoy and think I can be a real value add that I take in my practice, but I don't still mediate 20 types of cases the way that I did for a long time. I want to make sure everyone has enough of all the resources that we need. And by resources, I mean like time and space and fresh air and snacks. Do we have everything we need to make this happen? And what else will be impacted by having this conversation, right? So will our relationship be improved? Will it be strained? Is it strong enough that it can take the strain today and we can be better for it? Or do we need to put in better systems, better support mechanisms, and then we can have this harder dialogue? And is it urgent? Do we have to do this today? Or do we have time? Sometimes it's urgent. Sometimes we have to have the conversation right now. We got to solve for this. But a lot of the time, it isn't. A lot of the time, we can build in more time for longer dialogue later. And one of the things I have to think about, especially as someone who loves to collaborate and who loves to go to hard places, if I'm instigating this, what is my motivation? Because you see, I'm collaborative, but I'm also competitive. So I will start things with my mother to win. Like, I pretend I'm like, no, I just want us to talk. I just want to know what you think. But like, I want to know what she thinks so I can prove her wrong, right? Like, my motivation is not, it's not altruistic, right? And there's a lot of value for me in recognizing, is that fine, right? Is that okay? That's our dynamic. It's a good exercise. We're both comfortable with it. Or is that misleading, and is it damaging? And should I be thinking about things a little differently? We also have these responsibilities in creating the container where sometimes we're making space for others. And that's a compass in that image, right? Sometimes we're just trying to help people find their own way. So my tips for that are to keep conversations focused and productive by using especially active listening skills. Most of the time when I come in to support people, they have had this conversation many times. Or if they haven't had this conversation with one another, they've had it with everybody else in their life, right? We all know a friend who's like in a thing. They talk about it to you all the time. They are not talking to the person they should be talking to, right? And so, when we love someone and they're coming to us over and over, we're like, yep, you're right. We're not giving the kind of like critical, thoughtful feedback that folks could benefit from. But employing active listening skills is so critical when we're serving as the outsider to help people get perspective. We have to manage our time effectively, which leads into relying on what I'm calling trauma-led care best practices. Professor Sean Ginwright talks about a concept called healing-centered engagement, which is very much in line with this that I also really love. But the idea that like to tell someone the thing will end at 1 and to talk until 1:15 is bad for people. It's an abuse of a power that we have when we're in charge at the front of the room, right? That we have to manage time effectively. It's a way that we care for people. And so taking very seriously those responsibilities. I was once invited to a lunch meeting, and the people who invited me said, "We'll bring you lunch," and then they didn't. I have never forgiven her. Like, I've never forgotten it. We've had many positive experiences since, but when I think of her, the first thing I think is, she'll lie to you, right? Like, she won't bring, what if you all got here and there were no pizzas? And we were like, sorry, we just didn't get any, right? Like, it feels, right? So thinking about when we're responsible for that space, that we are creating a lot of care. And understanding what approach everyone is using from that conflict mode, and can we shift people into a different approach or not? And then there's this difference idea, which is holding the space that you're in, where you are one of many beautiful tiny mushrooms on a log. You have to understand our own limitations. What do I have capacity for today? What else is calling to me? How many spoons have I got left for today? And what else do I need to do? Checking on my own approach and its flexibility. Am I competing? Am I here just to accommodate, just to manage the relationship and create peace, and I don't really care about the outcome? And is my position flexible? And then I have to know my own indicators for when something isn't working for me. Some people get hot. Some people get cold. Some people feel really tired. Some people get loud, some people get a headache. When is your stress response too high for you to engage effectively? Some people yell, right? I get weirdly quiet. It's very uncomfortable. It sucks all the air out of a room. But lots of people, if they're very quiet in a hard conversation, that's not an indication that anything's gone wrong. So I need to know my own limitations. When am I having a stress response? That means I'm not listening, I'm not showing up, I'm not participating the way that I want to. Whenever I start something hard, a hard conversation, I always try to think, when I look back on this later, how will I wish I had handled this? What will I wish had been my framing? And so often for me, the answer to that question is with grace. I will wish that I handled it with grace. So I like to anchor into whatever that is, sometimes even write it down for myself so I can keep going back into that. And if I lose it, if I lose the grace, if I think no one would describe this as grace, then it's time for me to stop. I also want to be really prepared. We teach this in negotiation. If you show up prepared, you can't lose. And then that also means literally the space, snacks, water, being well rested, and taking breaks when we need them. Sometimes we feel like we sort of just have to forge ahead. I work with mediators who are like, yeah, if you work through lunch, they'll settle because they're hungry. And it's like, what are we doing? That's criminal. Right? So taking breaks when we need it, make sure everybody's in the best possible shape. Don't forget to breathe. I actually do breathing exercises with my parties, either as individuals or as a group, to ground into our own bodies. And whatever other mindfulness practice might speak to me. So that can look like meditation or prayer. That can look like stillness. That can look like movement, stretching, walking. It can look like a lot of different things. In my practice now, I really believe that we benefit still from going to hard places. I really believe it. But I now believe that those benefits are most successful when everybody's well-resourced. And for me, that's been an evolution in how I show up in this work. As professionals, I really think that we have the opportunity to shape the practice of peace building and conflict resolution to be one of great care, not just for people who are struggling, not just for people who are asking for the support, but also for the practitioners. Mediators do not have to sacrifice themselves for success, and we cannot have every conversation. We simply can't. Or maybe it's effective to learn that we don't need to have every conversation. So tell me what it is you plan to do with your one wild and precious life. And a big thank you to Mary Oliver for that very beautiful sentence. And that's my time. So I think we have a few minutes for questions. Thank you. Everyone wants there to be one question.
You mentioned that if both people are coming to the conflict with a competitive side, then there's no point of resolution really there. What happens if one party's competitive and the other one is, say, collaborative? Is there still form for a resolution there, or is it more of a compromise leaning towards the more competitive person?
So there's greater opportunity for my competitive participant to shift their approach when they're not being met with competition on the other side. So look, I have a case right now where I have two competitors, and I'm still optimistic that we're going to be able to get something done. But inside the dialogue, when one person is like, hey, everybody, I'm here to win, and the other person's like, help me understand what's happening, or let me tell you a story. When you have that shift in approach from the other participant, in my experience, it will allow the competitor to change their mind or compete, figure out what's the one thing that they need to be really competitive about and where can they have more softness. So it's just that the dynamic is going to shift sooner and lead to a different type of dialogue. Great question. Thank you. They're bringing a mic to you. Thank you.
Going into different mediation meetings, I guess.
Yeah, sessions is what we often say, but yeah.
Are there ground rules that you establish for your expectations for what the dialogue should and should not look like?
That's such a great question. So that is practitioner best practice. So some mediators have tons of rules. Some mediators are like, nobody call anybody out of their name. No one's allowed to swear. You're not allowed to speak if anybody else is speaking. This is the way we're going to have this conversation. And I am on the absolute opposite end of the spectrum. I'm like, go wild. Because for me, working with a lot of different people from a lot of different places, one of the things I always want to be mindful of is that I don't take my conflict engagement blueprint and put it on other people and say, this is how you have to talk to each other. Because my mother and I couldn't order a pizza if you told us we couldn't interrupt each other, right? But for us, that is not an indicator of conflict. And so I don't have ground rules. However, if the conversation is unsuccessful, unproductive, hurtful, whatever, I will implement communication requests or ground rules later. But that's mediator style specific. There's no hard and fast rules, and different models have different best practices around that. Great question, though. Thank you. All right, I think we're at time. There's another speaker at 2, right? Anybody need anything else from me? Lynn England, we're good? Okay, stick around, there's more to come. Thank you.
It's always hard for me to interrupt these active conversations, but we do have one more session. When I organize these conferences over the last 5 years, I always struggle over who I assign the final presentations to, because it's later in the day and our attendance isn't very good. But those who attend are always well rewarded for the time they take. And so I've tried to rotate through the 5 presenters from year to year. And it was Brian's turn this year to be the last of the 5 presenters. Brian Waite is an associate dean in the college whose name I can never remember, and he will remind you. But it's a real privilege to have Brian. I first met Brian when we were serving on a university-wide committee dealing with something that we no longer talk about. And he was a great spokesperson in that committee as we discussed the ways in which the university could better promote diversity and acceptance of people as they come to the university as they are. And Brian was in the College of Education. He especially taught issues related to acceptance and diversity, and he has managed the global program that we have in the university, and has trained many of us in how to teach global issues and programs. And it's a real privilege for us to have you with us and to learn from you today, Brian.
All right, hey everyone. This is really hard for me. I do not stand in one place very long, so I'm going to try to see if this will work for me to stand here. But when I teach and present, I move around a lot.
Do you want one of those?
Maybe.
All right.
I know me, and I know I'm going to get restless here. All right, so thank you, Lynn, for that. Just a real quick overview of who I am. I'm currently the Associate Dean of the College of Health and Public Service. We're affectionately known as CHIPS here at UVU. Well, no one thinks that's cool. All right. I have been at UVU for almost 19 years now, mostly in the School of Education, where I taught multicultural education, bilingual education, theories of language acquisition, English as a second language methodology. So culture and language are my passions. I can talk about it all day long. The committee that Lynn was just referring to is about diversity, and I'm going to keep saying it, all right? So there's some of us on campus that, I mean, we're still doing the work. It looks a little bit different now, but this work is still going to continue to be important. So one of the things that I've done, I want to talk a little bit, or just real quick about me. I went to the University of Texas at Austin. I'm a Longhorn. I bleed burnt orange when I get cut. So it's a thing. It's a real thing. I went to the University of Colorado at Boulder for my graduate work and got a PhD in multicultural and bilingual education. And then I've been here at UVU for 19 years. So there's one thing that I want to make the students aware of in case you aren't. So for the last 15 years, I have been serving as the director of the GI program here at UVU. GI is not gastrointestinal around here. GI stands for Global and Intercultural. And some students know about this and some don't, but every student on this campus since 2005 has had a requirement that they have to take at least one class that has been designated global or intercultural. It's a G course. So the students probably know, their advisors told them they have to take a G course. What I did, though, is went above and beyond that and created a way for students to be able to graduate with credentials in diversity work. So it's a distinction that gets attached to students' transcripts. It can get attached to any degree. So we have students that are in social work. We have students that are over in the School of Business. We have computer science students that are passionate about issues of globalization or interculturalism, and they want more than just to participate in a club. They would like an academic credentialing for this. And so there's a way that students, and you can see up here what the mission is, the vision, and what the GI distinction is. Students, if global and intercultural issues are of interest to you, I highly recommend checking out. Just Google UVU GI, and you'll get to the website, and it'll talk about how you could add this distinction to your degree. It's a great opportunity, and so I just want to make sure that I'm no longer the director, because last summer I took the associate dean job. I'm contemplating choices in my life right now. I'm not sure that I made the right choice, but whatever it is, what it is, and I am no longer the director of the GI. But I can help. If you have any questions afterwards, please don't hesitate to hit me up. I won't have you write this down, but I want you to think in your heads real quick. If I were to ask you to think or describe, like characteristics of the people that you work with. If you're a teacher, maybe you would do that for your students. Or if you're a pre-service teacher, maybe in your student teaching. If you have a job and you have colleagues that you work with, what are descriptors that you would think of to describe that person if asked? Right? Just think about it for a second. We won't go through the activity just because of time. But I'm curious as you think about this, as you think about the people that you work with, did you consider their race? Was that one of the things that came to your mind? Did you consider ethnicity? Which is similar to race, but different, right? They have distinct differences. Did you think of gender identity? Did you think of worldview or religion or spirituality when you were thinking of these characteristics? How about sexual identity or SES, socioeconomics? Curious, raise of hands, when I asked the original question, describe or think about people that you work with, how many of you thought of these kinds of characteristics? Anyone? Okay, a few of us. How important is that? How important is it for us to think about identity and perspective of the people that we interact with and work with? I'm going to argue and submit to you today that it is vital, no matter what our field is or what we're going into. I forgot learning preference. And I talk a lot about learning preference because I'm an educator. I'm a teacher educator. And so I care about how people learn. It's a significant thing, in my opinion, that speaks to who we are and our identity, especially because I've made my career out of being in education. So that's a big deal to me. Some people, though, might not only not think about learning preference, but might not even know what your learning preference is. Some of you don't even know what I'm talking about. If I said learning style, maybe some of you would be like, oh yeah, I know what that means, but learning style is actually an antiquated term that we don't use anymore because it implies that you have a particular way that you learn and you cannot learn in other ways. And we know that's not true. I might have a preference to be a visual learner, but that doesn't mean I can't learn in other ways, right? So that's why we use preference. But I consider it an important part of someone's identity, especially in my field. Okay, so I'm not a conflict resolution expert, like some of our people are presenters today. I am a dreaded diversity trainer, okay? And this has gotten more and more complicated as time has gone by. When I first started 18, 20 years ago or whatever, I was like, dude, this is awesome. Everybody loves diversity. World's changing. We're never going to go backwards. I'm going to have a job forever. Like, this is good. And now I'm 20 years later, and I'm like, what the crud? What are we doing? How have we gone backwards, right? And so diversity trainers have gotten interesting reputations, right? I mean, think in your own mind. What is the first thing that came to your mind when I say diversity trainer? There's probably some positives. There's probably a lot of negatives. The term was popularized, I would argue, in season 1 of The Office, in the episode called Diversity Day, right? Where they had to bring in a diversity trainer to try to train the office because some inappropriate things had been happening. And the boss completely does not get it at all. It's a very interesting episode. There's parts of that episode that I'll show my students at times to exemplify some of these things. But it's not easy to be a diversity trainer. So, but so important, especially when we're talking about the theme of the conference of conflict and resolution, coming together, how we can heal. I believe that the best way, the only way that we can do this authentically, is if we, instead of running away from who we are and our identities, we have to run to them. And we're going to have to do more than tolerate people. I hate the word tolerance. I know it's used a lot. It's used in a positive way, even in my field. But I hate it. Because tolerance implies that I don't like you, but I'll put up with you. And I don't think that that is what we need as a society, especially right now. We need more authenticity of, you're different from me, and I want to know that. Because I can be a better person by my relationship with you. Because you are different from me. Quick story. I love junior high. I'm just going to admit it. I'm going to out myself, all right? I taught junior high, and I think there's 2 types of people in the world, in education and teacher world. Those who hate junior high, and those who love junior high. And I'm a lover of junior high. This is so fun. I was teaching 8th grade at Lake Ridge Middle, right, at Lake Ridge Junior, right up the hill here, a number of years ago. And I taught a leadership class there. And I was preparing these 8th graders to be mentors. That was the term when I took over the program. I changed that term to friends, because what these students would do, these were like some of the most high-achieving students that were in my class, and I trained them on mentorship, like how to be a good mentor and how to be a good leader, and then they worked with other students in the school as their, quote, mentor. And I changed it to friends. I wanted it to be more authentic, but we were talking about self-cultural identity one time. And I had my students do this exercise that I have my university students do, which I'll talk about here in a little bit. Essentially, it's a very deep dive into who we are culturally. And then we talk about why it matters. Why do I need to know who I am, where I come from, why I think the way I do, where my perspectives come from, if I want to be more successful in working with others, right? So we did this activity. The students all presented about themselves. And then we debriefed. And I said, what did you all learn from doing this activity? And I go, I don't want you to tell me what you learned about Carol. I want you to tell me what you learned overall about listening to all of these different cultures that are in our classroom. And I had this one student raise his hand. And he was my one student where I'm like, oh, crap. Not him, right? Like, if you're a teacher, we got some teachers in the room, something you might know what I'm talking about. And so I was like, okay, Zach, what do you got for me? And he says, you know, I learned that I can be friends with people because I'm different from them. And I have never forgot that. I still get emotional when I think about this, because here is this 14-year-old, 8th grader, and I thought that the word choice was super important. He did not say, I learned that I could be friends with people even though I'm different from them. He didn't say, despite our differences. He said, because. And I was like, yes, like, man, this is an 8th grade class. And he got it. And I thought, what would our world be like if we flipped our mentality on how we look at difference? And we saw it as a good thing. So when I approach these diversity trainings and in my work, I like to just get it out in the open. And I usually will start with something like this and just ask my participants, why don't you want to be here? Right? Like, because most of the time, people don't like wake up in the morning, they're like, oh man, I'm going to sign up for diversity training today, right? Usually, someone tells someone that they need to go to some kind of workshop or training for this kind of thing, right? So I get an eclectic group of people when they come, and so I like to just get it out in the open, like, why don't you want to be here today? So can we talk about that, and then can we look at ways that we can move past it? So a lot of different approaches to diversity work. And when we talk about conflict resolution, oh my gosh, man, in this field, we have it all over the place, right? I have been trained and have seen many, many times a very divisive approach to diversity training and multicultural understanding, right? Where the goal is to make some people feel as bad as possible about who they are, so that they can then somehow understand what other people go through. And I get it. I understand why there's value in that. I get why people get really upset by it and get defensive. But I like to try to challenge my participants to, like, what would it be like if you could just put your kind of defensiveness aside and just embrace this idea that maybe there's good in this. Like, how could I be a better person? We know from research, and a lot of the business industry has picked up on this, and they kind of have run with it, is that productivity actually increases when we have more diversity. So there's a phrase that used to be used on this campus quite a bit. So I've been here 19 years. I have served on freaking a million search committees where we're hiring a new faculty member or a new staff member. And I cannot tell you how many times in maybe like the first half of my career here at UVU, I heard the phrase, we need to find someone who is a good fit. I hate that phrase on a search committee. Because what are we actually saying? If we want to find someone that's a good fit, usually people are referring to someone who is already like us, who isn't going to come in and rock the boat, who isn't going to change the way we do things, isn't going to make us think different, and we just keep on going. That, to me, isn't necessarily a good fit. And we know from research that it's not. So productivity increases when we bring in people who think differently from us, have a different language, have a different worldview, or whatever. But it's scary, and we don't like that, and it makes us uncomfortable. And so we, as a society, we tend to avoid that quite a bit. But what would it be like if we just took a step back and said, what if I interacted more with people who weren't like me? What would that do for me? How would that change me? The fact of the matter is, I'm going to kind of go through this pretty quick. The demographics are not slowing down in their change, right? Like, we have increased change in demographics. Pamela Perlich is an economist out of the U and talks a lot about the changing demographics of the United States, but in particular Utah. And she speaks to the fact that there are these four things are kind of driving the demographic shift in our country, right? Record number of immigrants. We have more immigrants, y'all, today than ever before. I think sometimes we think, oh, this is a nation of past immigrants, and that's why we've got to stop it now, or whatever. No, we have more immigrants today than ever before in the history of the country. And that's not probably going to end. despite what all our politicians say, right? Aging of the post-World War baby to the post-World War to baby boomer generation. This generation is kind of moving on in some ways, and so it's leaving behind. It was the most homogeneous racial group to ever live in the United States. The baby boomer generation was. And we could talk about why. I have my own theories of that. We don't have time today. But this generation is moving on and leaving behind a much more diverse in ethnicity and race than previous. Differential fertility levels and trends in increased life expectancy. And Pamela Perlich looks at Utah in particular and looks at these trends, right? Utah, we fall a little bit behind in the national trends. But we follow those trends, right? So we have more and more diversity coming to Utah. It's bringing, so Utah used to be what's called a negative net migration state prior to the 1980s, which meant more people moved away from the state of Utah than moved to Utah. And then since the 1980s, that has flipped. We see a positive net migration to the state of Utah. More people are coming here, skiing, outdoors, and probably more jobs, right, than there used to be before. And so with that, we're getting different age, nativity. So we have a lot more people who aren't from Utah living here. It brings different culture, language, ethnicity, and socioeconomics. Utah is interesting. It used to be a relatively middle-class state, not a lot of wealth, not a lot of poverty. 1980s, you see that kind of shift, and you see a lot more difference between socioeconomic groups. And we can see that as we drive through the Wasatch Front a little bit. So Pamela Perlich says this: youth of today are experiencing this increased diversity while older generations have not necessarily, just because of the time frame that they lived. And then she says the nation is in the midst of an extraordinary demographic transformation and embarking on a great multicultural experiment. Now, my guess is y'all probably know someone that would not describe all of the changing demographics like this, right? Pamela Perlich loves it. She's like, this is awesome. We're seeing so much more diversity, people coming from different places. It's making Utah better. But I don't think everybody agrees. I have this sneaky suspicion that not everybody agrees with that. But she goes on and says changes are cumulative and irreversible. And I love that quote, meaning that these demographic changes will affect everything. They're cumulative. It's not just my schools, oh man, my schools are going to be more diverse, and so we're going to have to teach kids in a different language. Yeah, and also your housing, and also where you shop for groceries, and also everything, right? They're cumulative. And we're not going to go back. They're irreversible. So the question becomes, how do we see this? Do we see it as a problem or an opportunity? You know, I kind of alluded to the fact that Pamela Perlich sees it as an opportunity, a positive. I know people that don't. I'm sure you know people that don't necessarily. The people that you work with. How about your mom or your grandmother or whatever? Are they sitting around the Thanksgiving dinner table being like, man, I love how different Utah is today. It's so awesome. Like, I can't even use English anymore when I go to stores. It's cool, right? No, probably not a lot of excitement around that from everybody. So what drives conflict when we're talking about these things? And why is it so difficult for us, right, to be authentically interested and engaged with people who are culturally different from us? Well, so a couple of things. Polarization is a national phenomenon. We've heard today that polarization is not necessarily as bad as we think. I found Carl's presentation super interesting, that 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 people in our society are even the ones that are on X debating all these things. The majority of us are not even like engaged in that, but it looks like everybody is, right? With the way the social media goes. But Rachel Klingfeld says, the United States feels roiled by polarization, and a philanthropic world is seized with debates about what to do. Some scholars claim that Americans are so polarized they are on the brink of civil war. Other polls suggest that voters agree on plenty of policies and that polarization is an illusion. Some philanthropists call for pluralism and civility, while others lean into activism, believing polarization is a byproduct of change toward a more just world. So is the United States polarized or not? If it is, what is causing the polarization? What are the consequences? Should polarization be solved or tolerated? I think it's a more interesting question after the presentations that we heard today, right? Eleesha alluded to some of these things as well in her presentation. It's like, if you're looking at what we see from social media, it looks like it is not solvable, right? Like we are on the brink of disaster. But that's not how I feel every day when I'm interacting with my colleagues. That's not how I feel when I'm teaching about this stuff with my students, because most of my students are like, yeah, this is actually really important stuff. So like, wait, why are you saying that? But then all the social media feeds make me believe we're on the brink of civil war, right? It's crazy. Like, I don't even know how we function right now as a society because it's so dramatic in these different ways, right? So the American public feels effectively polarized, largely because of misunderstandings from the other side. And that's kind of where I want to go a little today. And I only have 20 more minutes. Okay. So this idea that we don't understand the other side is really, really important. And that, I think, is what these folks are alluding to drives this division and this conflict, right? I don't even want to talk to the other side. So if I don't even want to talk to them, how in the world am I supposed to authentically value what they're saying or think that I can be improved by them, right? Or by that conversation. And we do it with everything, y'all. Politics is an easy one to pick on. But religion, anywhere where we have an identity that we believe is right, there's an inevitable corollary to that. If my ideology is right, then the inevitable corollary is that someone else is wrong. And what we do with that often is we say, you're wrong, and then we take it one step further and we say, you're bad for that. You're crazy. How can you think that? Like, you're not even a person to me. Levels of dislike. And that is, I think, what's really driving this. So what's the role of education? So I'm an educator, right? I'm a teacher educator. I prepare tomorrow's teachers. At least I used to, until whatever. So a big question to this, the role of education is, what do you believe the purpose of public education is in this country? So we all have maybe different reasons why we think public education exists. This is not a new debate. When schools started to shape into what we know them to be today, these discussions were being had. John Goodlad broke it down. He believed that there were 4 main purposes of education. One was academics, cognitive. You go to school to learn, math, reading, right? But he went on to say that's one, but there are also very important other purposes of education, political and civil purposes, or civic purposes. How are we educating students to be successful and contributing members of a functioning society? Beyond the reading, beyond the math, right? Socialization. What role does socialization play, do you think, in our school system? I think huge. Okay, I would argue, and I will go to the mats on this one with people, that socialization is the number one purpose of education, is how to learn how to function with other people who are different from me and learn to value those differences so that I can be successful in a project, or whatever. And then he says economic or vocational training. So essentially to prepare the workforce and the needs of the society. So if we problematize the purposes of education, it's not maybe, I mean, it depends on how you view this, but what if it's not just about going and learning to read and write, but what if education is actually the vehicle to help with some of this divisiveness or this conflict? Right? So there's a paradigm known as social reconstructivism. And the social reconstructivists have in the past used schools. So social reconstructivism basically says society is broken. There's a lot of societal ills. Drug abuse, suicide, murders, whatever it be, right? Like there's a lot of societal ills. Society is broken. And often what social reconstructivists do is they call on schools to fix it, right? So they're like, schools are one institution in our society that is in a unique position to fix all these problems. If we could just fix them at a young age, then they would go out and be more productive citizens, less conflict, whatever, right? We used to joke, so I did my PhD at the University of Colorado at Boulder. We're known for being liberal over there in Boulder, okay? There's like UC Berkeley, and there's University of Colorado Boulder, right? And so we would joke that our students, because I was a grad student, so I would teach undergraduate classes all the time, that parents, Republican or conservative, I guess, thinking-minded parents would send their kids to us. We would try to liberalize them, right, for 4 years, change their thinking, their paradigm, and then just to release them into a high-paying job where they will return to conservatism, right? So there's 4 years where we have a little shot. Now, I did not agree with that necessarily, but I think it's an interesting concept, and it is, by the way, one of the things that is under attack in higher education right now. There's many in society that believe that universities should be shut down, that we're indoctrinating kids, or adults, sorry. And that that needs to be checked, right? As if y'all can't think on your own, right? University students are so incapable of being critical thinkers that that there's this whole movement to try to squash what we're doing in higher education, rather than saying university students are smart. The next generation is smart. What we need to be doing is teaching them critical thinking skills so they can know. They can determine what they want to think, believe, and do. What about culture? What role does culture play in education? I have a lot of teaching colleagues that have said things like, I don't see color. I just see students, and I love them all the same. And by the way, in Diversity Day, the office, they talk about this concept of colorblindness. And the boss, Michael Scott, tries to tell the diversity trainer how advanced their office is because he doesn't see color. And if any of you are familiar with the show, the example he uses to say, I'm colorblind, I don't see color, he points to Stanley, and he says, see, Stanley, I don't see you as another race. And if you have ever watched The Office, you know that Stanley is the only black person in the office. So he points him out to say he doesn't see color, which is such a good example of how the whole colorblind approach is dumb. It doesn't exist. It's not real. And it's problematic for two reasons. One, because it's not real. We do see difference. And two, why wouldn't we want to? Why has it become a bad thing to recognize someone's difference? That's what we got to look at, right? How can I look at someone and recognize their difference and celebrate that and value it without it being offensive or whatever? Right? We're in a really weird time where none of us know what to say. None of us know what to do. We don't want to offend anyone. We don't know what terms are okay. So what do? What do we default to? Nothing. We avoid it. We avoid those kinds of conversations because we don't want to get into them. Because every time we do, there's conflict, right? And so it's a difficult place that we're in. So, culture. Why are the cultures of our students or the people that we work with important for us to know? Or should I just go in and not care about those? How do you define culture, right? A lot of it comes down to how we define culture. We can define culture in a lot of different ways. And yet to embode, do it this way. Culture consists of the values, traditions, worldview, and political relationships created, shared, and transformed by a group of people, bound together by a common history, geographic location, language, social class, religion, or other shared identities. So we can think about culture in a lot of different ways. I think that there we go. Look over this list real quick of lenses of difference. When I ask my participants or students to think of someone who is culturally different from them, 9 times out of 10, they will answer with what, do you think? Think of someone who is culturally different from you. What do you think they default to? Sometimes another country, usually race or ethnicity. But the reality, y'all, is that we are different from each other in a lot of different ways. A lot of different ways. There might be some up here that are surprising that you wouldn't have thought of before. I'll tell you a quick story about school boundaries and why I put that one on there, and it's related to Lake Ridge Junior High that I was talking about earlier. So I taught at Lake Ridge. My kids went to Lake Ridge. And then they became Mountain View Bruins. We're a Bruin family, okay? But half of Lake Ridge goes to Mountain View High School, and half of Lake Ridge goes to Orem. And you would think that these people are from different planets. The conversations that I would overhear from these junior high kids would go something like this. Oh, you're going to be a Tiger? So dumb. Orem sucks, right? And I'm like, whoa, bro. Like, first of all, you realize that if you lived on that side of the street, you guys would be best friends. But because you live on this side of the street, what, you can't like him now? Right? And so Utah. I'm not from Utah. I moved here 19 years ago. And I don't know if y'all follow this, but there's these 2 other institutions of higher education, okay? One's called the University of Utah, and the other one's called BYU. And they've got a rivalry that is borderline psychotic, in my opinion, okay? Like, I'm from Texas, where we actually play college football, by the way, but whatever. Okay, take it easy. This rivalry is crazy. I have a friend who hates BYU so much, like it oozes from him. And I was down on BYU campus one time for a meeting or something, I can't remember. He calls me. So I remember distinctly walking across campus. I remember the day, what I was doing. I'm talking to him on the phone. He's like, where are you talking to me from? And I said, I'm just down here at BYU for something. And he goes, oh, really? Call me when you're not there anymore. Click. Hung up on me. Now, he was partially joking, but partially not, because he hung up the phone, right? And I thought, man, that's crazy. Like, this one I put up here kind of tongue-in-cheek, right? Like, I'm not saying we shouldn't cheer for our team, right? But I swear, y'all, we make up reasons to not like other people. We make them up. Like, if I don't have a good one, I'll be like, oh, you're going to be an Orem Tiger? I hate blue. Right? And I'm like, man, it is just so crazy, the lengths that we will go to find conflict with people. This one happened a few years ago in the state of Iowa. This young lady was a server at a place called Zombie Burger. and she served a table. And at the end of the service, she went to go pick up the table, and someone had written on the tip line, "Tips are only for normal-looking people." And this is what she looked like. I actually saw her on some interviews. She kind of made national news for a little bit. Have any of you worked restaurants? Been a waiter, waitress? How important are tips? They're everything, right? They're your livelihood. And yet this person was denied her livelihood because she didn't fit that person's norm. Now, luckily, it was just one time. She wasn't devastated by this. I saw her interviewed a number of times, and she bounced back. She was a happy person. She kind of laughed it off. But can you imagine if that happened all the time to her? And my question is, do we do that? Do we deny other people certain things, maybe even access to ourselves, because we perceive them as not being our normal, quote unquote? So perspective is huge. I guess I'll be ending with perspective today, looking at the clock. So perspective is paramount when working with others. We carry our biases and our perspectives into every interaction. And before I go to perspectives, I want to say one quick note about bias. One of my favorite things is when my friends say something like this to me. "Brian, look, I'm not prejudiced, but..." Because I always have, when that conversation starts like that, I always got to be like, okay, stop talking. All right, first of all, let's get a couple of facts out. You are prejudiced. Okay? Like, you totally are because of the way you started that sentence, first of all. But second of all, you are because you're a human being. What does prejudice mean? Just break the word down. Prejudge. How many of us do this every day of our lives? How many of you did it 45 minutes ago when I stood up here on stage? You're like, that guy? Really? He's going to talk about diversity? Right? So we are prejudiced. We have biases. Here's what I think is a problem. We are so busy trying to convince ourselves that we are good people. And we know that to be a good person means I can't be racist. I can't be prejudiced. I know I'm a good person, so therefore I am not those things. And I think that we are spending an enormous amount of time fighting the wrong battle. We're trying to push against the fact that I'm prejudiced, like, no, I'm not, rather than saying, yeah, I am. Okay, so what does that mean? Because it's not bad to be prejudiced. What's bad is what we do with them, those prejudices, right? So if I see someone who's different from me, and I have a prejudiced thought, the difference between me and maybe my friend that said to me, I'm not prejudiced, but is that I will stop myself. And I will do a quick self-examination. Why did I think that? Why did I have this thought about someone that I don't even know? What's going on in my world that would make me think that about someone that I haven't even had a conversation with? And I don't know that many of us are willing to do that, because it takes time. Now, I don't typically go up to the person and say, hey, sorry, I just want to let you know I had a prejudiced thought about you, but I'm working on it, okay? I don't have that conversation with the person, but I will have a conversation with myself to try to see what is going on in my life that would make me think that, and then what can I do different, right? Because perspective is huge. Ananias Nin said, we don't see things as they are, we see things as we are. Super powerful quote and concept. We see an accident in the street and someone else sees it and the cops show up. Guess what's going to happen when they question the two of us? Two different stories. And it's not that we saw a different accident. It's just that we are interpreting what we saw based on who we are. And it's not right and it's not wrong. And we've got to stop thinking in those absolutes. So if I show you this window, do you see a window opening to the left or the right? What is your perspective? What about this box? Do you see it from the top view or from the bottom view? I love this one for perspective. These two dudes, when they get together, are gonna fight it out, right? He is gonna say, I gotta be here. We've gotta say, and he's gonna be like, we gotta leave now, right? And neither of them are gonna be right, and neither of them are gonna be wrong, but they're gonna fight it out. Perspective dominates what we do. And so I would just say this to kind of, a couple more things and then I'll end. So how powerful are these? So Malcolm Gladwell, if any of you have heard of or read Malcolm Gladwell, has a book called Blink. And in Blink, he has 2 chapters that are really significant. One's called the Warren Harding Error, where we judge people by the way they look. And he uses examples of President Warren Harding, that he was a horrible president, but he looked, quote, unquote, presidential. And that's why many people believe he won. He had the look, whatever that means, right? But this is one particular study. There's many like them, but I just want you to look at the title real quick: Influence of Dress on Perception of Intelligence and Expectations of Scholastic Achievement. So just in a nutshell, this study used 159 teachers who looked at photographs of 750 students and based only on their gender, perceived gender, by the way, and the clothing that they wore, rated whether or not that student was going to be smart or not smart. There's lots of these kinds of studies. And I don't think that if you went to that teacher, so here it goes. Results indicated perception of intelligence and academic achievement influenced by dress. Significant differences were found in perception of intelligence and scholastic ability for both student and teacher subjects based on the clothing style and the sex of the model. And what Malcolm Gladwell would say is that we do this subconsciously. We don't wake up in the morning and say, I want to be racist today. What do I need to do? But we go about our day and subconsciously we make decisions. And we have interactions with people. And they are largely based on who we are, where we come from, how we think, what our perspective is. So one of the things that I do in my classes, and I'll end with this and we'll see if anyone has any questions, is is a self-cultural awareness activity where we do a deep dive into who you are. And some of my students are in here. They know this assignment. They have to do a deep dive into who they are, the cultural characteristics they were born with, ones that they achieved through their life, and certain experiential characteristics, things that have happened to them that have made them who they are today or given them the perspective that they have. And then we talk about, so what? Why would it be important for a teacher to know who I am before interacting with my students or before figuring out what they need to be successful? Because if I go in thinking, my way is the right way and it's just because it is, we're not going to have successful outcomes. If I can go in and say, I have a perspective, but it's not right, and it's probably not wrong, but I have it because I know where it comes from. I know because I was raised to think this way. And so I was raised thinking this, and then now I'm being challenged with a new way of thinking. Okay. What is that going to look like for me? Do I have room to adjust, to add to, or am I going to hold strong to that original, whatever, right? But if I don't know that I have these going into my relationships, then every interaction with someone who's different from me is going to turn into a right versus wrong. Can we be okay, like authentically okay with different? Just different. And so I have real quick, in my house, my kids are old now, but when they were young, you can imagine what it was. These are all the fun things that we were going to do. All right. Okay. So my son was like 6. I think the twins were 3 at the time. And I was trying to help my kids, like, you can imagine what it's like to be in my house. We're like social justice everywhere, right? And so I remember my son and I were on the couch. We're watching the Disney Channel. Sorry. More embarrassing than that, it was High School Musical. And we were watching High School Musical, and my son looks over at me, and you remember Chad, the best friend of the main guy? Or something like that. I about died. I turned off the TV. I said, everyone in the living room, we're having a race dialogue. And my wife's like, I don't know that they're old enough for that. I'm like, oh, they're old enough. We're doing this right now. And so this is what we came up with in our house for my 6 and 3-year-olds. People aren't weird. People are different. And it's important to scream the and. Different is good. And what would that actually look like if we could embrace that kind of concept when working with others? Thank you. I don't think anyone has any. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a word in our language I think is really relevant to the discussion, and that is ambiguity.
Yeah.
Ambiguous. You didn't ever mention it, but ambiguity is implicit in all of the soft sciences. We expect social science and philosophy, all these things to be as rigid as physics, and they're not.
Yeah.
Okay, but we don't learn how to recognize ambiguity, and that's why we can't be comfortable with differences, because there's ambiguity in it that we can't reconcile with. We're confused, but we expect to understand it. We expect people to respond to how we perceive things, right? So our perceptions are ambiguous, our culture, our religion, our education. So the question would be, how as young learners, students or kids, how do they learn to recognize that it's a matter of ambiguity in the language or the way things are presented rather than an absolute problem that we're facing?
Yeah, no, great question. I love that you brought this up. There's a term used in language acquisition called ambiguity tolerance. And it's the idea that I'm tolerant of ambiguity, right? So like I am okay with there not being an answer, a right answer to something, right? So what research has shown is that bilingual people are far more likely to have ambiguity tolerance than monolingual people. And one of the reasons would be like if I am a Spanish speaker, so I could describe this as brown or marron or café. And like, it's fine. I can describe it. Both of them work for me. Like, I understand what I'm talking about. And neither term is righter or wronger than the other, right? But if I only have one term for that, brown, that's more difficult for me. And so I think with young people, and I think a lot of our educators are doing this, is this idea of maybe, look, 2 + 2 is going to be 4. It's going to be 4 today. It's probably going to be 4 tomorrow, right? There's some things that probably ambiguity tolerance doesn't fit well with. But how many concepts in school could we teach students to have more ambiguity tolerance about, right? Where it's okay if you don't agree with me, the teacher, but make a good argument, right? And we teach them how to make these arguments. But one of the things I think is really powerful about that is we all know to make a good argument, you need to know both sides, right? So I think that that's an important piece in education, is helping those students with that critical thinking piece of there's not just one way of seeing things or solving something.
On? Can you?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Thanks so much. I'm just going to shout really loudly. Can everybody hear me okay? Not the recording. That was, I know, sorry, recording.
It's because this one's on. Oh, those are on the same channel. I was afraid that might happen.
Okay, no worries at all. Okay. All right, can you hear me now? Okay, great. So one of the things that I really appreciated about growing up in the United States was it felt to me like in my education system in Michigan, diversity was really celebrated, you know, kind of this notion of Americans coming together in this melting pot, this big democratic experiment that was so unique because people were coming from literally all over the world, different faith practices, different ethnicities, that was what made us uniquely American, and that was to be celebrated. And I think a lot of that came from my educational experience, social studies class, et cetera. You know, I really got that foundation in school. Now, I've lived out of the States for 24 years, so I'm not going to presume to know where things are at the moment, but it feels like that's maybe not happening in schools anymore, or certainly not a part of our national identity anymore as Americans.
Like the melting pot?
The notion of being proud of that's a core part of the American identity. So my question for you is, has that changed within the education system at the primary and secondary level? And if so, are there any hopeful signs that might be coming back, or any signs of best practice, examples of best practice where it is actually being done really well?
So I will argue that we are getting away from it, and that's a good thing. So I actually detest the melting pot analogy, right? Because for a long time, America has been this, melting pot, and that's supposedly supposed to be a good thing. What happens in a melting pot? You put all the stuff in, they're individual things, and what happens to them? They lose their identity. They lose who they are in order to fit in with everyone else. So the more common analogy, you got assimilation, that's the, melting pot is assimilation. And the more common practice now for newer teachers is they're taking into the schools a acculturation mindset rather than an assimilation mindset. And so the analogies that we use for that one are a stew or a salad, right? So like the salad, if I have a salad and I got tomatoes in there and carrots in there and cucumbers in there and lettuce, they all get to be who they are. But they're all still held together as well, right? I would argue that the dressing plays a significant role in holding them together, right? It's not like being in an acculturation culture or society means that I can't talk to you or I can't get along with you or I can't be proud that I'm now American. But it also doesn't mean I have to forget who I am and where I did come from. And so the question becomes, can I be okay with living in a society where people are different and that makes us better because of that difference?
Can I push back for a second?
Okay.
So actually what you're describing is what my experience was growing up. We called it the melting pot, but it was much more of that celebration of unique identity, but coming together in this corporate way where we could be proud of diversity as a nation, that was a distinctive part of who we were. So is that happening in education now where, young people are being taught what it is to be American is this celebration of difference?
Eleesha could probably speak to that more.
I think it depends on where you live. Okay.
Is that all you wanted to say? Okay. Yeah, it does depend on where you live. I think there are some states that have a targeted approach to do away with acculturation and to try to go back to assimilation. You have lots of other states that are really still holding on to these DEI principles of acculturation and identity, recognition, and also value. So I don't think there's an answer of either this or that. I think there's a combination of both. I think there's American history that's taught. There's this sense of what that means. But I do think there's a lot less, I have to be proud of it. Meaning that means I gotta not like anyone else who is different, right? Or like mine is the best. And that the inevitable corollary is that yours is wrong or worse than mine. right? So I think there's a more of a concerted effort of globalization where what if it's not right or wrong? What if it's just different and I can learn from that? All right, yeah, Lynn. My time is up, Lynn.
That's my question. I'll wait for the panel.
No, it's okay. I'm just joking. You're in charge of this whole thing.
Well, and we are past time. I'll save my question for the panel.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much.
In about 5 minutes, we will have the panel assemble, and it will be a chance for those of you who are in the audience to ask them further questions and for them to carry on a conversation amongst themselves. Did you finally find the... Let's go ahead. We'll want to stop.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for sticking around for the panel discussion. My name is John McFarland, member of the Peace and Justice Executive Committee, and we really appreciate all the speakers, all 5 individuals who have been here all day. It's been a fantastic conference and a really good turnout. Unfortunately, it seems like the last session of the day always gets a little more sparse. But we maybe just start with, we'll have time for question, obviously, and just kind of summarize each of you, kind of how can we be healers now? What can we do right now in today's world, in today's America, today's world, to heal disagreement and to bring about a more peaceful world? So maybe we'll start with Carl and just go down the row there.
I guess I would say the first thing that comes to mind is continue to look for everyday resistances and act on them. To do something different than what we're being told is the new norm.
I think my comment to that is to be intentional about getting out of your box. Like, it's way easier for us to find our comfort zone, the people that are like us. That's how we just naturally choose friends and people to interact with. But if we can be intentional about interacting and learning from people who are different from us, it will change so many things.
Yes? Okay. How can we be healers now? I think for me, it's to remember that it's a practice, like yoga or something else. Like this is not, you will not like get to the status where you're like, and now I'm a healer and I learned it all and now I'll just heal, right? Like it is evolving and growing. What it takes to be a healer now is different than it was 10 years ago, is different than what it'll be in 10 years. So to like stay open and curious to continuing to build skills.
So as mediators, a couple of us on the stage are mediators, and we talk about trying to explore the positions, the interests, and the needs of the different parties in conflict. So kind of looking at the overt, but maybe the unspoken things that people really want or need out of a mediation process. And I think that's actually a really good discipline for all of us to kind of think about what are the needs of this person I'm interacting with right now, okay? Because sometimes what people are presenting with and coming at us with can be aggression, can be, all kinds of things that really put us off and go, I'm not getting close to that. But actually, people have pretty good reasons in their own experience and their own mind for acting the way that they do. And sometimes one of the best things I think we can do in this moment as people who want to be healing agents in society is to really try to figure out, what does this person need in this moment? What's their experience and where are they coming from? Apologies for not being as concise as everyone else on the panel with this one, but I've been working with Northern Ireland's Independent Commission for Peacebuilding and Information Recovery. And basically, it's there for people who have been injured or bereaved by the conflict in Northern Ireland to come forward and try to get information, particularly about the loss of their loved one. And they come for a reason, they want information, but they often come with a lot of trauma and a lot of hurt. And I've been working with the commission around how do they support people from a trauma-informed perspective. And often people will come forward and in their fear, in their trauma, they end up sometimes being quite aggressive with the people that are trying to help them. And so it's that question of, what do you need to tell me today? What's most important for you today in our conversation? And I feel like if we do that with all the people we're encountering, particularly people from different perspectives, different politics, particularly where the conversations are more difficult, then that's one of the very practical, fundamental ways we can act as agents of healing.
I appreciate what's all been shared. I think what I would add onto is that we're very intentional on our media consumption and very aware in it. Like most college-age students get their news through social media sources, but being aware that the algorithm is tailored to your personalized what you've watched and what you continue to watch and what you click on. And so that really shapes our view of the world if you're only seeing it through your feedback loop. And so I think we should intentionally read news reading's better than TV, and don't watch cable news because it's partisan news. So look for media sources across the political spectrum, like understanding, Wall Street Journal is right of center, New York Times is left of center, but intentionally seek out in those ways that's not what you agree with, but seek out news from multiple sources and to follow similar news that is covered from multiple outlets. And I think as I do that, I don't see, my perception is like we're not as polarized as others in my circles, my personal circles, that are just getting their news through, just Fox News or just through their social media channel. But I think it helps us to view the world in a more optimistic way, and that's healing for us to start. And then that's a good place to then engage with others that are different from us. So it's a place to start.
Okay, do we have some questions from the audience, please?
Did you always intend to be peace builders, or how did that come about?
Start in the middle.
I got it. Buy you all some time. It's still on. It's still on. Okay. No is the short answer. I did next. No, I did not. I didn't. It was not always my intention, but I remember being in my late teens and being with like a pretty powerful spiritual mentor of mine, and she was like, "I think you're a healer," and I thought she meant like plants and stuff, like I did like that. I remember thinking like, I could do this, but I get pretty yucked out by medicine. So I was like, oh, I'm not going to be a doctor. And it sat with me for a long time. And then the path that I found myself in, how I ended up here, is not the path that most people who do the work that I do take. It was non-traditional, but most practitioners I know would tell you that they took a non-traditional path there. So what happened for me is that I found people who had really amazing jobs, like what they were doing for their work, I was super inspired by. And then I just reverse engineered to what they did. And then I ended up in a completely different place. But even just starting those same steps as other people I really admired, people I knew and absolute strangers who I thought had just magnificent jobs. And then for me, there was also a piece of recognizing that I felt like for me, an ethical life required an element of service in my work. And I wanted a job where I felt like I was having an impact. And I like that was so sort of carving my talent and my interest and my education into something that felt like service led me into this place.
So nobody's ever called me that before. So I don't know if you're referring to me or the rest of them, but I'm going to go ahead because I love it. No, absolutely not. But I look back on my life, and not to sound sappy or anything, I can see things that prepared me to do this. And I didn't have a name for it though back then. So I didn't have a name for any of it till I got to grad school. And all of a sudden there was this name put to these things that I felt, and wanting to embrace difference and wanting to promote that kind of thing. And so when I learned that it was a thing, it was like immediately, it was like, that's me. That's what I want to do.
I would say being a Cold War kid influenced me in that I remember kind of watching that whole process of the USSR relations and being really curious about the people that were opening space for dialogue. And so, I think that probably informed my curiosity about people that are trying to make spaces, particularly in improbable situations, for people to come together. But like everyone else, completely fell into it accidentally. I think most of us are accidental peacemakers. But my degree was in social work. And social work and history, double major. And the only way I could study abroad without having to do another year of school was to study somewhere with a kind of socio-political dynamic. So I chose Northern Ireland because I could get all of my credits that I needed to get. Knew nothing about the conflict and just kind of landed in all wide-eyed and ready to learn. And I think that was really pivotal for me because the Good Friday Agreement was being negotiated while I was there. And so I think I just went, oh, this is fascinating. And when I had an opportunity to go back to Northern Ireland and volunteer, something which I highly recommend to people, if you're not sure what you're doing with your career, take a year out to volunteer, because that's enabled me to do everything that I've done from that time onwards, where I was there and people said, oh, we really appreciate your insight and you're holding some of these spaces really well, and we think we need an outsider insider to help us with this particular point of our peace process. And so, for me, that was what really gave me the lived experience to be able to kind of fall into this occupation, if you will, of peace building. But yeah, it's been an absolute joy, just a surprise along the way.
So I identify as an educator, and so I always, I had really influential teachers, and I always kind of feel like learning is a calling, and helping other people learn is a calling, and so I've just always felt that. So I thought I'd be a high school history teacher, and then I had a great internship in Washington, D.C. that helped to focus on constitutional education, and from that I met great mentors and had other opportunities. And so it's been educating, but then in a really specific field, which is not very common at the secondary level, because usually if you're a middle school or high school teacher, you're teaching a lot of different things, but just a little bit, an inch deep and a mile wide is what the phrase is. But I get to go much more deeper in one area and then help teach teachers who are interested, because they are charged with teaching the content that I'm specialized in.
I think I've told this story one of the other years I was here, but it's part of the beginning of that story. Yeah, so growing up in the Vietnam War and after the 1968 Tet Offensive, which was talked about in my introduction, my father went out and took pictures of the damage 3 weeks after the Tet Offensive, tanks burnt out and stuff. But one of the pictures was particularly troubling, and I won't go into a lot of detail on it, except that it was a North Vietnamese soldier wearing all black, a dead soldier, whose feet were tied together, and he was being dragged behind an army jeep. I'll stop there. And it was a black and white still shot. Deeply disturbing to my childhood psyche, and never knew exactly what was disturbing me. I mean, for obvious reasons, but I couldn't put words to it until I was actually starting to study the peacebuilding, a bit of peacebuilding, and I began to realize, you know, there's something there that the victory was being celebrated on the desecration of the enemy dead. We've lost a lot of humanity if it comes to that. And so that sort of became like a cry, a mantra for me, I guess. It's my journey. It's very vocational and it's very personal. So I'll wade out into some personal water here because there's probably differing views on the prophetic ministry. But I'm also a minister, an ordained minister, and I had a moment where I was in a particular course, a theological course, and the instructor was an international Bible teacher, and he had an informal dinner with us one night, and us, meaning nine of us pastors in a room, we were enjoying the food. Suddenly he got quite serious, and he started speaking into our lives. And he looked at me, and he said, "You're going to have an international ministry of reconciliation." Then he moved on. That's all he said. Just one phrase. International Ministry of Reconciliation. He's late now. I can't even thank him for it. Tom Marshall was a name from New Zealand. And I didn't know what to do with that. I just sort of held it. I knew I was at the time pastoring in an interracial church in Richmond, Virginia, so I knew the reconciliation tug was there. My wife and I were both third culture kids. We'd grown up overseas, so the possibility of that international thing fit in, but we had no plans. South Africa wasn't in the picture, nothing. And so it was one of those things that I sort of had to hold and ponder and say, okay, God, how's this going to unfold if this is from you? So I ended up studying social work too, and just realizing I really wanted to be involved in working with people and not realizing maybe people in their conflicts. I was always the mediator in the family, you know, the kid that was trying to get everyone to like each other. Let's just all get along kid. And then I took a mediation training, 40-hour basic community mediation training, and that grabbed my imagination. And my first job actually entering in the field was a mediator in the court systems in Richmond, Virginia. And it was from there that the rest is history, as they say. When I went to South Africa, my colleagues in South Africa said, "You were bringing victims and offenders together in crimes. Can't you do that with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission?" I was like, no, that was misdemeanors. This is gross human rights violations. But we eventually found a way to start thinking out of the box and try to figure out what can we do. And so the work I did with the TRC ended up being amnesty applicants who were asking for amnesty, impunity, meeting with the families or the communities where they had caused the political violence. Of course, that's voluntarily if everyone wanted to. And so that's it.
I'm going to preface this by saying I ask terrible questions. And by that I mean I ask them in the form of statements, and then I leave it to the people who hear it to parse out what the question is. So I'm going to try really hard to put a question at the end of it. James Madison wrote Federalist Number 10, and I've always kind of seen James. I don't know very much about him, so very superficial reading. But the more I learn about him, the more I kind of think of him as this reverse Cassandra figure who predicts the future and everybody listens, and then the future turns out to be the exact opposite of what he predicted, you know. And Federalist Number 10 is all about factionalism and how factions in the United States will prevent political division on a widespread basis because there'll just be too many factions and they can't coalesce into two parties like Greek democracies did and then tear each other apart, you know. So the reason I thought about that was because Madison was a pluralist, and one of the themes that I think I heard in different ways expressed in each one of your presentations today was pluralism and the importance of pluralism, but maybe a more robust corporate version of pluralism than a pluralism that allows a monopoly of power, you know? And so I just wonder maybe if, you know, I guess the reason this is an important question to me is because I'm an Iraq War veteran. I spent 2 years in Iraq. And a lot of the stuff that you guys say means a lot to me. But I can't help but wonder, like, how do we get there before the conflict, during the conflict, and not when we're all tired of fighting? Do we then realize, oh, now I need to see the other person as a person? And so I guess, I don't know how to put a question in there at the end of it.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah. So I teach Federal Stint to my students, and Madison just in many ways. So there are a lot of ideas that you had there. I would say the first one was about pluralism. So the Pluralism Project at Harvard, the way that they define pluralism, it's not just diversity. Diversity is a fact. Whether we acknowledge it, whether we use the word, the existence of difference is just real. So, but pluralism is the intentional engagement across that difference to build relationship. So that's the way Madison really saw. You're really using the right word, pluralism. So when he uses factions, he's thinking in terms of each of the states are often dominated by one faction, where they take, it's called tyranny of the majority, where the majority gets what they want all the time at the expense of the minority. But what he's arguing is that when each of the states come together, that there's not going to be that one dominant faction that's going to be at the expense because of what he calls the extended republic, because of this geographical advantage. Then there's going to be more competition at the national level, and then like one faction is not going to be able to take over. So Danielle Allen, who runs a civic education project at Harvard as well, she has written an op-ed saying that while that was true during the founding era and later, that's I keep talking about social media, so that social media has she says, driven a truck into the architecture of that protection. So now it has, instead of having you're the one guy in your town that has this like radical idea, now there's the ability to unite with all the, what I would call radical guys, one in Florida, one in Nebraska, whatever, that they're able to coalesce around these factions that then influence the behavior of how Congress behaves. And so it has changed the behavior of the architecture or the design of the structure of the Constitution. So what do we do with that is the question. Like what I said about media literacy is one thing, and so there's a lot of ways that we can talk about that. So I've spent a little bit of time in Iraq doing religious freedom trainings. And so I don't have an answer of like, how do you prevent before? Because I was with teachers who were learning about other religions and to be able to have respect for the religious differences. And I don't think that motivation would have been there without the conflict. And that they had members of ISIS in their neighborhoods, that they were, I was in the security zone in Kurdistan, and they're traveling in with, papers that they check at a checkpoint. And so ISIS had, in their neighborhoods, had like quieted down for a little while. There wasn't the out conflict, but they knew that they were there, and they're behaving with one another still, but there's still that division where they're not peace building with one another, but they had the motivation because of what ISIS had recently done. And so I don't know, at least in my limited experience there, that it would be, that they would have had the motivation to do that. But they had the motivation for pluralism because they had started to have build schools where there was a lot of students were not just one religion, but they were as a result of the conflict. And I think from Sarah's example about Northern Ireland, that at first, the same agreement at the beginning was proposed, but there wasn't that political will or goodwill until after all the suffering, and then now they're willing to come together. So, and I think it's something that every generation has to do. Like there's factions in the past, and what Madison calls factions is expressing passion at the expense of the rights of others. So if we can behave as groups, but not as factions if we're respecting the rights of one another. So, and I think that's something we do every generation, but not every generation, just kind of like every opportunity too. So those are my thoughts.
I'll maybe share some insights from Northern Ireland. I mean, I think per what I was saying this morning, I think probably the best thing that people can possibly do is not pretend it's not happening, So I think for a lot of people in the United States, we're like, well, we're divided, but it's not really that bad, and I'm not minimizing that, but no one thinks it's going to happen to them. No country ever thinks they're going to fall into conflict. There is that exceptionalism. And so really doing the difficult work of peace building before the overt violence starts in a focused, concentrated, repetitive way would be what I would be saying in terms of a lesson learned from Northern Ireland, is to know that, actually there are things that can be done. We have examples of best practice around the world. It's always going to be unique to each context, but we want to take it seriously when there's societal division that's becoming more and more deep-seated. And I would say we're in a 25-year process of that at this point in terms of active division getting, incrementally worse. So I think it's really important for people to kind of address it and take it seriously and do the hard work. As Carl was saying earlier, the hard work of peace building or restorative justice instead of just doing what comes naturally to us as humans, which is to dive down into the divisions or to let the violence be there, because it's what we do as humans. So I think we have to kind of counteract that in really intentional ways. What I would say about Northern Ireland, the thing that really worked when it came to the peace building process, and I just wish that they had done that earlier, was really amplifying individual experience and acknowledging individual experience in a pluralist kind of sense. So some of the most successful peace building work I think we did in Northern Ireland was to kind of bring people together for storytelling and dialogue. And, people always think of Northern Ireland as a Catholic Protestant situation, but UVU is going to be coming for a study abroad visit this summer. And, when I'm encouraging people to build those visits sensitively, I'm like, you're not meeting with 2 people, you're meeting with 14, because, you want the experience of former British soldiers in Northern Ireland. You want the experience of prison officers. You want the experience of police. You want the experience of Catholic paramilitaries, of Protestant paramilitaries. You want the experience of victims of state violence. You want the victims of or survivors of paramilitary violence. You want people policing now. You want teachers. You want community workers. You want youth workers. So to really do justice to Northern Ireland, you're not meeting with 2 different communities, as we would say in Northern Ireland. You're meeting with multiple people, getting multiple perspectives. And the storytelling that worked the best was bringing people together in that capacity. And before I pass the mic on, I'll say that, some of the most meaningful work I was a part of was bringing former British soldiers back to Northern Ireland to be in dialogue with civic populations or civil populations. And that was really beautiful. And that actually was born in Derry. So a lot of people know about Bloody Sunday, where 13 civilians were killed by the parachute regiment of the British Army. And it was people in that city asking for that dialogue. So people were saying, my family's been incredibly supportive, the community's been incredibly supportive, but for my own healing, I need to try to understand the experience of the other and have them acknowledge my experience as well. And that was really powerful. And very quickly that went from that, kind of focused dialogue to including police officers, prison officers, other, paramilitaries, other voices. And those were really beautifully diverse dialogues. And when you sit all those stories together, it's very hard to do anything but honor them, if that makes sense. So you can disagree with someone's politics, you can disagree with someone's, kind of political opinions, but you can't really disagree with someone's lived experience. And I think that's where, the U.S. could really benefit, and other societies around the world that are in that really fragile state where there is deep division in society that's not being addressed in a very, very focused way, to really figure out what are our own local ways that we can honor all these different voices, all these different perspectives, and bring people together for healing, for understanding, to try to develop a more nuanced understanding of the different perspectives in our country.
I have a lot less around that, but I feel like you gave us permission to manipulate your question, and so I'm going to a little bit, because my answer is less, like, while I have solutions, I have ideas for global solutions. They include things like, let's try matriarchy and things like that I don't know that we have time to get into. But when I think about, like, on an interpersonal level, what can we be doing, right? And what you're talking about is a thing that I really love, which is sort of this idea of, like, preventative. Like, and so for me, there's a whole universe of the opportunity to get very good and very comfortable with these skills so that they show up in a wellness management, so that how we always hold space for each other, it, like, allows for vulnerability and lets people make mistake with recovery, and, right, doesn't create the kind of scary isolationism that can result in, you know, all sorts of different types of the radical in Florida on the internet with the radical in Utah, right? Like, that instead, like, we have, like, stronger community, whether that's an online community or a personal community. So for me, it's about using those communication skills and thinking of them less as, like, we come in when there is conflict and resolve it this way, and more like, this is the kind of way I want to be engaged with, so that when the fissure starts, we can do repair work sooner. I also want you to know that I'm going to be thinking about a reverse Cassandra for a long time, and I really loved that. So thank you for that.
So I'm going to argue that, yes, it's schools. That's the vehicle, right? Like, education. But my fear right now is that obviously we've created an environment where we're not going to talk about it. We're going to pretend it doesn't exist. And, I'm a strong believer that we're a pendulum society. We're either way over here or we're way over there. And we were over here, and we swung back over here, and we're over here now, and it's not going to stay here, y'all. It's going to swing back. The question is, can we stop it at one time? Can we stop it in the middle and just figure this out, right? And so I think that as it swings back, whenever it does, how we do it this next time is going to be really, really important. How we do diversity work, in other words, like how we're going to approach diversity, equity, and inclusion this next go around is going to be really, really important. But there's no better place to do what you're suggesting, I don't think, except for schools, right? That's where we can make that difference.
Yeah, I'm not sure where to start with some of that. I wanted to, you mentioned one thing on factionalism, and as opposed to getting down to two parties that really go at each other. That's a fascinating conversation to have. There was the belief, and I'm not sure if I can name it exactly, but in peace building in the African context, there were certain folks that were saying the countries that have the most ethnic diversity, like a lot of ethnic groups with just a small number in it, were more stable than those with a really big majority and a small minority. That's where the most abuse seemed to happen from a government level. And so that's an interesting theory. In other words, if you have a whole bunch of very different groups that are just a small percentage of the population, none of them can sort of come and take dominance in the same way that we see in many situations where there's been autocratic governing or oppressive governing. But and then, of course, in our own context, we need to keep asking questions around our political system. Is it broken a little bit? I don't know. Could we benefit from multiple parties that are equally as strong as opposed to just two? Would it force different kinds of dialogue if we had to come up with collaborative governments? On the other hand, we've seen, like in Belgium, it took 2 years because they were so incalcitrant to even form a government of national unity. And so there's pros and cons on all of that, for sure. I like the preventative thing. I feel strongly about the preventative thing. How can we think about showing up in the world in a way that helps to, if you will, inoculate us from all the stuff that comes once we've done the destructive violence. And history certainly hasn't taught us, we go do the violence and then we start calling people to come clean up. And it's a really rough time as peace builders. We get caught in when people are ready to, kill each other. And it'd be a lot nicer if we were called in when they were just calling each other names, and we could start talking about how dangerous it is to start calling each other animal names or something, and try to get folks talking before that. So I'm all for restorative justice being applied preventatively in the schools. Get the kids in a circle and talking about what they're bringing to school from their family or from their community is proven already that'll improve the environment. The kids will get closer and they'll be more concentrated because they've felt heard and they have a place where they can safely talk about their challenges. So, that kind of thing I think is well worth our resources and our energy to try to think preventatively.
Hello. So my question's for all of you guys too. What has been the hardest thing or experience you've had doing the work that you do? Oh, and I guess that was the second part. And what advice would you give to someone who is looking into doing basically what you guys do, doing the peace building, doing the mediation, doing all of that? What advice would you give for that?
I got one. I'm ready. So as mediators, even if you have a mental health background or a social work background, you are not a social worker and you are not a mental health professional in that moment, right? So people who come to mediation, but have a therapy degree, they sort of have to, they have to leave some skills behind in the same way that attorneys have to leave different skills behind because you're holding and caring for people in a different way. But I think for me as a mediator, and I'm not a social worker, but it's social work. And one of the things that's really hard for me is that to do this work really well, it's actually a brief intervention. I come in for a period of time and then I should leave and you should be better than you were before I got there. But it's part of that party autonomy and part of trusting people is that it's not my job to then carry that solution or hold that space or keep that piece for them. And so letting it be that brief intervention, coming in and out, whether that means 1 2-hour conversation or 1 6-month project, but that I, in this role, never owned the work. That for me is what's really hard. And it's a constant lesson in humility that the work is other people's work to ultimately hold. And then my advice is to just always stay curious because it can shape up really differently.
I'll maybe say, for me, it's been the rollbacks, those pieces of work that have gone the wrong direction. And I think one particular incident that's coming to mind is in Northern Ireland. We had this period of time called the Flags protests because Belfast City Council, even though we have 12 political parties, maybe 13 at the moment in Northern Ireland, so it's a lot. And all those parties are represented at City Hall in Belfast. And for the first time, there's a Catholic majority in Northern Ireland, so it was engineered to be a Protestant majority, kind of a Protestant state for Protestant people. And now there are more Catholics than Protestants. And so the political representation is almost 50-50, a little more Catholic probably at the moment in City Hall. And so a number of years back, there was sort of a negotiation around how many days a year the British flag should fly over a shared civic building. And so they compromised and decided, interestingly, that it would be the same number of days that the British flag flies over Buckingham Palace, maybe the Houses of Parliament, which is I think 13. So the Queen's birthday and then all these other days of the year. And so this was a compromise, and the Protestant population was not happy. So there was a lot of rioting. There was a lot of, thankfully not many people were hurt, but lots of rioting. But what was worse was social media. Okay, so prior to the flags protest, we'd been doing some very specific work in an interface area in Belfast. And an interface is where Catholic and Protestant neighborhoods literally come up against each other, and there's been a history of violence. Often they have what's called peace lines or peace walls between the two neighborhoods. So we'd been doing work with ex-combatants in that area. We'd been doing work with civilian populations, with storytelling, with dialogue. Like, things were really getting so much better, and people were building all this amazing, not only, kind of building relationships, but this amazing kind of collaborative spirit. So all this was going really well, and then the flags protest started, and then people got on social media and said all kinds of things that seem okay at the time, but are forever recorded in public record. And then all this delicate, beautiful relationship building started to unravel, because people went, well, I thought that person cared about me, and clearly not if that's how they feel about my community, okay? So that was really hard for me personally. I think as a peace builder, as a mediator, it's very difficult when either people start to undo good work, or when people who have the potential to come together and do really transformational things step away from the process. And you have to respect that and know that you only work in spaces where people are ready to work, and they invite you into that. That it's never your process. It's always you making space, creating a container for good work. You accompany that. You keep the space safer. But ultimately, it's about the people in those conversations or in those mediation practices. So I think that's been really hard for me to kind of just know that is sometimes the reality. I'm a trier, so I'm like, come on, can we just try again? And sometimes you do, as you were saying, Ray, in your presentation today, sometimes you do have to step back and go, no, this isn't the time for the work. So that's quite hard for me on a personal level. The other thing that's been difficult at times is knowing when I should represent Northern Ireland, because I'm not from there. So being an insider outsider in peace processes can be incredibly instrumental, and there's times when it shouldn't be your voice at the fore. I was getting a taxi to the airport, and the taxi driver's like, wait a minute, you're going to talk about Northern Ireland and Utah? You're not Northern Irish. So that's something I've had to kind of work with, because sometimes that's a strength, but sometimes that is difficult as well. So I think my advice would be to rewatch Ray's presentation, if you didn't see it today. Because I think that kind of notion of really always doing a parallel piece of work with yourself, kind of how am I in this work? Where do I need to be? Do I need to challenge my own intentions? Do I need to look after my own wellness? A lot of it for those of us doing this work is about holding that space for ourselves and being really critical in our thinking processes around the work we're doing.
As a minister, I'm also involved in religious and church conflicts, and I'm not trying to be funny here, those are sometimes the hardest. I've had secular colleagues tell me that at least God's not on the agenda of the negotiation, and when we get into the church and faith-based, that can be a real challenge. So I remember well an interracial conflict within a church that was trying in South Africa, trying to bridge the black and white divide and come together, and things blew up. And I won't go into all the details of that. But we were never able to successfully mediate it, and having one of the key antagonists in the process look me in the face and say, "I will take this church down." He wasn't just. The question was, why do you keep, they were literally coming back after being asked not to return. They would come back to the parking lot and wait till the church was over and accost the members who had stayed. And it was just getting really messy. And he was basically saying, it's not enough that I'm unhappy. I'm going to make sure the church goes down with me. It's another spirit. And I'm not sure what to do with that. But I had a colleague who wrote a book on negotiation, and her subtitle was when she did it on Camp Davidian, the religious extremist group, and the negotiation that happened there, and that failed, and Waco, Texas, yeah. And her subtitle to the book was when when people bring God to the negotiation table. And it's really difficult when you're employing God being on one side or the other, because it becomes a mute issue in the negotiation. Suddenly all of this is off the table because God's on one side and not on the other. And that's something that is challenging everywhere. I mean, when I think about the Middle East right now, to bring it to a situation, I feel like if we're going to look at it from a religious perspective, we need to pull way back up and see where there's all the dividing economic and geographical and political lines, but where are the people of God? Is any one of them the only people of God? You know, and so this is a challenge. So that would be one, but there's also been just in the regular work, as my colleague Sara was saying, has been when it's not worked, and there's been plenty of times it hasn't worked. I remember in South Africa, we were really, really celebrating the victory of being able to come up with a taxi agreement. The political violence had gone into our taxis, which were small buses. They were attacking these buses when they would go in and pick people up on one side of the political and then go across and pick another one up. They were being attacked. And so everyone agreed that they wanted this public transportation to be safe because their children needed to get to school, their spouses and family members needed to get to work. And so they actually came up across all the political divides. We helped to facilitate this agreement, a 10-point agreement on how to keep the taxi safe. They weren't giving up their arms, they weren't giving up their ideologies or anything, but they were going to keep the taxis safe. They had squad cars with all political members in it during rush hour in the morning and in the afternoon, making sure people were alighting and getting back on taxis without fear of violence. It was incredible. And we were all like celebrating this. And then a year and a half later, the same project was helping people with elections, which was now the first time we had an all-inclusive election going on in the country. And they were helping folks with the election process and trying to keep violence at a minimum. And then after that, once the new government came into power and all of that, the same taxi associations that we had worked with, for economic reasons, took over a smaller taxi rank by gunpoint, took all their routes, all their ranks. It was like the mafia. And we went back to these larger taxi associations that we had worked with and we thought we had built trust with and said, hey, this is not good. Let us mediate. Can we come in and work with you? And they were like, no, we don't want to mediate. We like you, but we don't want to mediate. And we'll finish this violently in 3 days. And there's nothing you can do at that point. They basically said, leave our office. We don't want to mediate. We don't want to mediate this time. Of course, it didn't take 3 days, and the amount of destruction that happened was incredible. And one of our best negotiators was assassinated in that process. And probably the only thing that came out of it that felt positive, which was nothing we did, was the smaller taxi associations in Soweto amalgamated into a bigger association that was able to hold its legal and economic boundaries against these larger associations. And so that's the only thing we feel probably brought enough peace to breathe again, but nothing could justify the loss and the death we experienced in that situation.
I think we're at time. I'll just say real quick, for me, often it's paradigm shifting. That's the most difficult thing. So I'm inviting my students, my participants sometimes to challenge their habitus, the cultural characteristics that they were born into, that they didn't even choose necessarily. That was just how they grew up thinking the world operated as right or wrong. And I'm inviting them to sometimes challenge that. And that is very difficult for humans to do. So,
I do have a story to tell, but it'll take a few minutes to tell it. Are we at time or? Oh, okay. Well, unlike Frederick Douglass, I will be vague with the details because we are being live streamed, and this is still kind of a recent thing. So I moved to Utah about 5 years ago from Washington, D.C. to revive a nonprofit that had run in Utah in the 90s, training teachers about religion and with a constitutional approach to religion in public schools. So I came and I was meeting with leaders that had been part of it in the past and wanted to run a resolution with the Utah legislature, just kind of articulating what a constitutional approach to religion looks like. And so it's just really kind of definitional kind of things around the Establishment Clause and the Free Exercise Clause. So around the same time, I had recently done a teacher training on dialogue in the Salt Lake School District. And I use this example of, in 2015, the legislature passed the Fairness for All initiative, and which had protections for LGBTQ plus people in housing and employment protections, while at the same time allowing people who supported their view of marriage, so like that they opposed marriage equality. So there are protections on both. It was like celebrated as this coming together. So I was, because it was about dialogue, I'm like, well, how did they get to this moment in passing this legislation? Well, backing up like 8 years, there was a kiss-in on Temple Square, where it was a protest where same-sex couples, in protest to a same-sex couple coming home from a theater show one night and being stopped from allegedly kissing on the property of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They said they did not. The security guard said that they did. And then, so this kiss-in protest happened. And it started off not controversial, but then it escalated. So from that, some of the leaders who organized the kiss-in said, well, like, this isn't being productive, and they reached out to members of the Public Affairs Office of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and said, let's start talking. So from talking with public affairs staff and then leaders of the LGBTQ plus community, and especially Salt Lake, that eventually from their friendships, that's how they eventually were able to get the legislature, the legislative, the accomplishment of passing the legislation. So I'm giving this training to teachers, and I use an image from the Salt Lake Tribune of the kiss-in, and there's a teacher who gets up in a huff and leaves, and I try not to focus on like what's happening because I'm focused, she's leaving, that's her thing. So after the person who invited me there came up and said, I got a complaint, and so I just need to check it out. So she talked to the other teachers there, and then she ultimately decided that, no controversy here, like everything's fine. Well, I totally forget about this. And during the legislative session, this teacher testifies during open comment and characterized what I was doing in a very unfair way, and I felt like very dishonest way. And the legislators who were sponsoring it were really surprised, and they were really embarrassed to be associated with it because, of all this, like they're scared of the controversy. So I'm like explaining like, oh, this, it's not her story, like this is my story. And the Republican legislators, I had a Democrat and a Republican, one from the House, one from the Senate. And he said, when you're explaining a politics, you're losing. And I'm like, but I'm right. Like I'm the like honest one here. And so at first I wasn't really worried about her because, and after this House Education Committee, she sent out an email that went to, I don't know who, but I got it. And I didn't think it was very well written and had weird font and different colors. And I was like, nobody's gonna care about this. And so it passed the Senate very easily, and then it comes up to the House. But then all these emails start going to the legislators in the House that are very well written and very persuasive. And I'm staying up to like 3 o'clock in the morning trying to figure out a strategy to respond. And it's just me, like I don't have a staff. And so it was tabled. Well, I chose to have it be tabled because I didn't want it to go to a debate on the House floor and have it be part of public record, her accusations characterized of what the organization was, which I felt was unfair. So then it just died. It never, like nothing ever happened with the resolution ultimately. And then I found out later that she was running for a particular public office. And I was like, she just used this opportunity as her talking point to have political strategy to get her elected. And so I trying to practice like good dialogue, practice. I had reached out to her through email several times that I would like to just talk, just the two of us, just to understand where we're coming from. I think you're misunderstanding like what we're doing, like what the approach is, and she just never responded. And so recently I saw that she has resigned from the public office that she was in, feeling like she wasn't able to accomplish much of what her agenda was. And I must say that I was a little satisfied that she was stepping down, and that she wasn't able to accomplish like what her, how she cast what the agenda was, and kind of anti-public education approach, which is not my approach. So, but I felt really burned by the whole thing because I felt like I'm being honest and fair to different perspectives, like just trying to facilitate dialogue. But I really got caught up in this, like, this is the political moment, and to get back to social media, like how you're characterized in these brief clips that get passed around. Like, I could be the right one, but I'm not winning politically for it. So it just, and I wasn't really like that sensitive to like Utah politics at that moment. I'm coming from Washington, and I don't think this is going to be a hard thing to talk about. And so I don't really know what my takeaway so much to say right now, and that it like made me sensitive to Utah politics. It made me just more aware of the challenges within a public school system of what teachers are dealing with and what educators who, in this attempt to like help understanding about diversity and different views, then like what the challenges really are. But I guess I'm proud of myself for, instead of being, too angry about it, but like really trying to respond in a way like I'm going to practice like what I'm preaching and try to talk with her. And maybe she won't agree, but like maybe she'll at least understand more that what the work that I'm doing is not the way she's casting it as. And so I never had that opportunity, which I did have the thought because I saw a KSL News article or a news report about her resigning. And I felt like the reporter was a little too nice. He didn't push back, and what she was telling her story, and there was no like critical thinking about it in response to it. So, but I did have the thought, I was like, oh, well, maybe now that she's not going to be in her public position, she might be willing to talk to me. And so, and it was just like, maybe this was a few weeks ago. And so maybe I'd be willing, now that I'm reminded of it, maybe I'd be willing to reach out to her and just talk, because I did follow what she was doing in her position. And a lot of people didn't agree with her, and I was one of the people who didn't agree with her. So anyway, it was a really hard thing to go through. And I just felt like it was like such a little microcosm, like my little thing, like I'm sure hardly anybody remembers it, but I'm carrying it with me for like the rest of my life, And so, but I think it's part of how hard politics are right now because of our social media landscape.
All right, we'd like to thank our guests once again. Please give them a round of applause. So if you'd like to continue talking with our guests and our speakers, 5 o'clock up in the 4th floor of this library, Lakeview Room, there's going to be a reception that you can talk to our speakers again. We'll have some food. And please, we've got plenty of pizza and drinks back there. Take some of those. Thanks again for coming.